Except saying that for a bunch of stuff going forward with the... Expect saying that for a bunch of stuff going forward with DF bug fixes. Yeah, I mean, you weren't supposed to be able to build stuff with soap. What's Fahrenheit? I've never heard that term before, deep sea fishing. It sounds like something a crazy person would say. Oh wait, no, I have heard Fahrenheit before. I have. Yeah, it's that video game, right? Fahrenheit? If I'm not mistaken, it was the one with the really awkward zombie sex scene. Yeah. Fahrenheit Indigo Prophecy. Yeah, I've heard of this. Yeah. I wouldn't. That degree wouldn't be in Fahrenheit because you can't get a degree playing a video game. That's silly. Let's play some Dwarf. Hi, Hobo. How are you? Now, start new game in existing world. Don't mind all of the worlds called Potatolandia. That's not for till the weekend. No, it's a video game made by a kind of sexist man. It's definitely not a method of measuring temperature. That's some nonsense talk right there. And oh wait, hopefully not a whistleblower for Boeing. Good lord. Can I just like? Nah, actually I don't want to talk about Boeing. Boeing just the only thing I want to say about Boeing is that comic that. I think it was Suited Giraffe in chat made of just like the little animation of the plane going boing. Anyway. At least nobody's died yet in a plane while landing with a door missing. Well, you don't have access to it, so here. I'll cheese for you.
Cheese for everyone!
Could mod in rail gliders. What in the world is a rail glider? Because I genuinely have no idea. A glider launched by a rail. Oh, so like a literal plane, right? I mean, I don't know if that would work as effectively as you want it. Okay, so, this is where I really want to settle, right here, on this volcano. But I've just noticed this one, which also has no soil. So this one is mirthful wilderness with just sand and little soil. This one is just untamed wilds with little soil. And chat, should we check this one? What do you think? Let's check it. You know, just... That is a right angle, man. I actually don't like this that much. That's kind of ugly. I mean, the actual mountain itself's pretty awesome. I mean, none of them have water. No water's only an issue if you make it an issue. Yeah, I don't like this right angle. I'm gonna pass on that, I think. I'm gonna pass on that. I think the possibility of gnomes is amazing, but... What wildlife is on the map? It doesn't matter. Mirthful's also not that exciting. You won't get unicorns on Mirthful. That needs to be Joyous Wilds. No, I know exact. That's the other one that I was looking at. What happens if you get gnomes? Or if you got gnomes? You get gnomed. Gnomes drink all of the alcohol on the map. Consistently. They are the only creatures in Dwarf Fortress that can out-drink a dwarf. So if you have alcohol on your person, or in your fort, every now and again, gnomes will just come barreling into your fortress, drink all of your booze, and then run away. They're quite funny like that. Oh, that could also be cool. So this one has iron and tin. I wonder, actually. Now, I just want to see what this looks like. I'm just curious now. There's too many volcanoes on this map, chat. I mean, that's already 100,000 times better, but... Again, it's got the awkward right angle at the bottom. This one's just got birds. Like, this one is significantly nicer looking, in my opinion, but I'm gonna stick with that weird volcano that I found the other day. You don't need a mod to be able to trade for soap. Jack Manley. You just need to import soap. Which I've done. So you do not need a mod to trade for soap. I don't know why you're trading for soap, but that's not something you need to mod the game for. I see a lot of people talking about modding Dwarf Fortress to do some pretty silly things. It's just like, I mod the game to be able to do this. It's like, but the game does that. Why do you need to mod the game to do that? This is another one that I want to try at some point, which, since we're going on a volcano tour, I should probably just plop us down in here. It's not spooky. It's just ice. Although... actually kind of disappointing. Because it's just like tundra, I guess. But it does look nice. Would be a pain in the ass to survive on. But... do it? No. It's far too far away from where I'm going to settle. Before you just start saying do it, I've already got a spot selected. We selected a spot yesterday. Guinea pigs? No, guinea pigs do not consume alcohol. It's hamsters who do. Hamsters can consume, like, it's, what, 1.5 liters of Everclear per day per hamster and feel no ill side effects or even get, like, slightly drunk. Yes, yes, yes. I already have a location selected. So the locations that we're going to settle today is this. This is the Mocus. M-U-C-O-U-S. Mocus? I don't know what that word is. Flames. And it's in Untamed Wilds. There's no water, which is a bit of a problem. I could, I guess, make it a bit bigger and try and, like, yoink this river in, which would actually be really helpful, but I'd have to make it like 7 by 7. Ugh, I don't want to do that. It's too big, so we're not going to do that. I don't really want to make it a weird, awkward shape, but this is it. This is the volcano. This is where we're settling. This is it. Is that really how it's spelled? No, and it's not mucus. I don't think. Because there's an extra U in there, or an extra O in there. Because mucus is M-U-C-U-S, right? This is M-U-C-O-U-S. Who needs water anyway? Not me. Maybe giant hippos? I mean, I know there's hippo men in the area. Anyway, this is what we've selected. Now, it has no metal, just a little bit of sand, and that's it. As for our origin civilization, I was thinking we start playing a different faction. We've only played as the Iron of Power so far, and they are rapidly becoming almost entirely goblin. And every time I've played, the population has gone down. Admittedly, I've made them some fortresses and then killed them. Like, this was one of my forts, and it died. That was the last one that we killed. So I'm thinking we play as the Still Mirrors, who are down here. Or we could play as the faction that's up here, which I'm not actually sure which one it is. Crypt of Beaches. That's such a good name. Yeah, these guys. The Wells of Lauding. But I think the Still Mirrors have a better name. So, now, the issue with settling here is there really isn't any goblins in the vicinity that can attack me. Which, I don't know, kind of sucks. There's also all these elves down here that are at war with me, which is fun. So, no real complaints there. That's a fun little mirthful spot. There's also, you know, another volcano over there, but this is... Crypt of Beaches makes sense for a sand fort. You know, now that you say that, the thing is, I don't think they're very close by, are they? Oh, they're not that far. Although I'd be worried, actually, because I don't think... Oh, no, okay, there's one connector there.
Crypt beer.
Vampire theme? That wasn't my plan. I haven't seen a single vampire in the world yet. Although apparently they exist. I've heard about them in adventure mode. Senville, thank you very much for the 7th month with Prime. Welcome back, dude. Don't forget to check your primes, chat. Because primes do go a long way. And in like a month, shit. In like a month, on June 3rd, which is my birthday, sadly enough, primes are getting regional pricing, which is a very logical thing. However, it means most people's Prime subs aren't going to be worth as much. Absolutely not. There's no chance we would possibly get a hype train on this stream. You should have been here yesterday, Kashmir, if you wanted hype trains. But I think everybody burned out their hype train capabilities yesterday, so I don't see that happening again. Anyway, this is where we're going to settle, in a 5x5 spot. In this tropical, moist, broadleaf forest. Work sucked? Work sucks. I know. I mean, I was not really intending for that, but okay. Thanks, Lanix, Ordith, and Suited. Suppose. Shoutouts to OT Boy in YouTube chat. Oh no, Blind, you skipped the tutorial. How are you going to learn how to play? Well, we'll figure it out as we go, I suppose. We'll figure it out as we go. Deep Sea Fishing, thanks for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. Holy shit. The hell? I challenged us to a hype train. Did I? I don't know, man. I'm shook. You know better than to put a challenge in front of the internet? You know, it's funny. It's like a 60-40 chance when you kind of low-key mock the internet about this stuff. When you do, there is, like you say, a pretty decent chance that, like, this happens. But there's also, like, an equally decent chance, depending on the day, that chat just kind of goes, "Huh!" And then you just move on with your day. And that's about it. Don't tell us what to do. Give me money. There. You happy? Thanks for the $10, man.
Don't tell us what to do.
Anyway. Bebin Sours, thanks for the Prime. Rolf, thanks for gifting a sub to Boom Boom. Kashmir, thanks for the $10. Elfie, thanks for the $1. Draken Soul, thanks for the gifting a sub. Oh, that's not what I meant. I was trying the opposite. Streamers e-begging. God damn it. God damn it. Your FSDF, the game tutorial put you in an evil biome. Yeah, it's really funny. The game's tutorial is like really okay sometimes. Really okay sometimes, yes. So
I hear and obey.
somehow I managed to hit the screenshot button on my keyboard, and I'm not sure how. Please, just don't do anything you can't afford. That's all I have to say. Thanks for the $5, G4. And, Onyx, thanks for gifting a subscription as well. The Grand Hype Train? I mean, it wasn't a Grand Hype Train, but there was 2 of them. Generally what happens when there's a really busy day like yesterday, the next day is really quiet. So I was kind of expecting today to be quiet. I don't think you ever played the tutorial, actually. I fiddled around in the tutorial with this version when it first launched for a couple hours, and then I gave up. I don't think my skin is virtual, so nothing about that makes sense to me, Bebin. If it was virtual, it would hurt me less, I would think. When spirals and cat explosions were a thing? Yep. Well, I mean, cat explosions didn't last for very long, but... Also, I just realized that this, I just read the name of this default settlement name that we have here is Busty Stem. Anyway, I think, Green Orb. What do you think? As a name for this fort. There also wasn't a tutorial back in those days, Xarius. Because what if I just put domes of glass over the volcano? It's time to gorb inside of our green orb. Sandhole. I mean, we could call the group the pit, Aw, man, I can't call it the sand pit. Can I call it the dust? No, the dull pit. Glowy? Gloomy, glowing. The glowing pit. It's a glowing pit. Him go fast, thanks for the $3. Claiborne, thanks for the $2. The glistening sands does sound a lot better than the glowing pit.
This is Sparta!
Get wrecked.
Glowing pits are a bit deeper? I don't know what you're talking about. What about sinking pit? How about the... Nope. You know, the glowing flame actually makes it sound way cooler, now that I think about it. The hot flame. Hot.
Nice.
The Hot Sparks. It's the best dwarven boy band ever. I don't even know what level that just leveled up to. Level 3. Well, thank you very much for the continued hype train, chat. Kashmir, thanks for the $5. And Anonymous, thanks for gifting a sub to Stormwolf. The Lens of Ash, that's not bad. The Ageless Flame is also pretty good. The Glowing Sparkles, are we back on the vampire theme? Glass House? Ooh. I wonder actually if I go back to fort name, instead of green orb, if I could do glass. Why can't I call it glass orb? Why don't I call it sand orb? Okay, fire orb's pretty good. Chat, green orb or fire orb? What's better? What do you guys like more? The dirty cups? What if we clean our cups? I'll have you know, I always clean my cups. Orb. I see you are a member of the Orb Consortium. Orb Bane D's nuts? That fort is, yeah, We built this fortress on volcanoes. Yes. I do kind of like the hot sparks, though. I'm not gonna lie. I'm pretty stuck on this name for the group. So if the fort itself is called FireOrb, and the group is called the Hot Sparks, that's pretty good. Like, that's pretty good. The symbol could be... Can I make a sphere? No. It's an image of a blazing sun that's burning, and maybe a goblin that is impaled on the blazing sun, and a dragon. The dragon is burning the goblin. And I'm going to name this image the Snarls of Steel. I like that. The Snarls of Sparks. The anger. Anger of Sparks? Not a bad idea. Devouring. The dragon is devouring the sun. All right. Not bad. What do you think? Welcome back, JJ. Okay, so... Trial of Sparks. Yeah, I like that. 7 glassmakers? Ooh, that's not a bad idea. And we start off with a glassmakers guild? I think we can work with that. Question is that's under labor, right? Chat, I'm gonna go top off my water. Thank you very much for the hype train. I think it's ending off here, so appreciate you guys greatly. I will be right back. I'm gonna go top off my water. Oi. Why do we call it crypt beer and not blind beer? Because somebody took the prefix called blind of bajillion years ago, and only one person can have each prefix on Twitch. And because I only got like Twitch partner in what, 2018? Somebody's had it since like 2012, or not 2012, but like 2014 or something. There's a company called Blind Wave, which is a Twitch partner, and they have the prefix from a very long time ago. So thus I took Crypt because I like skeletons and skulls. We didn't do glassmakers. You were going to request your redeem be a glassmaker. Yeah, well. Seems like your needs are being tended to then. I just need to find glassmaker in this list. I don't think I ever really start off with glassmakers, so it's a matter of where do they hide glassmaker? I guess it's under other probably, I guess. Nope. Is it really a crucial skill? Gem cutter. Is it second to last in labor? Oh, there it is. You're right. Easy peasy. You can never find what you're looking for either. I feel like every interface in this entire video game would benefit from a search bar, so I feel like that's just worth stating. Let's give you mechanic. A couple points in mining. A couple in masonry, a couple weapons smithing, armor smithing. You're gonna be sad because there's none of that here. Stone cutting and carving. Make you into a stone carver. Let's make you into an engraver. And you into an engraver. Well, that's interesting. Being maxing out engraving overwrites the other option. That's interesting. Let's go carpentry on you then, and woodcutter on you. What are the goals for this fort? Chat, what are the goals for this fort? I'm not entirely sure. I do know that we have no metal, and the only material that we'll really be able to use for anything is glass. So I don't know if that counts as a goal. Certainly a theme or a limitation. I'm kind of thinking about bringing some metal bars. Can you have a Mark's dwarf? I have no dwarves named Mark. And also no metal. So you could have one of the starting 7 glass makers, or ask me that question again in like 2 days. Prisoners, into the volcano. People we even remotely don't like, into the volcano. Everybody else, into the volcano. Do you exist? Into the volcano. Is your name Steve? Into the volcano. Are you named Urist? Into the volcano. Did you look at a dwarf funny? Into the volcano. Something like that. Psych stop let negative. Mayor is too needy. Into the volcano. Chat's being annoying. Into the volcano. YouTube doesn't recommend my videos enough. Into the volcano. With YouTube, not the video. The video's fine. Volcano keep erupting. Into the volcano. Whether you like it or not. Build massive snow globe. I mean, I don't know how I would get snow in it, but... So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring a second, an extra, well, okay, not an anvil, but I'm going to bring copper bars. $30 of them. The reason I'm going to do that is so that I can make some picks. That's why. I could also just bring picks, but yeah. Shit. I can't remember if there's trees here. I'm pretty sure there's trees, so I'm not gonna worry about bringing that. Some of the wooden stuff. I'm not gonna bring a wheelbarrow, and I'm not going to bring a step ladder. But I'm going to instead bring some really useful stuff, like a I was gonna just bring a bunch of instruments. I was just kind of passively looking. I was like, I wonder what's available. Kind of tempted to actually just bring a bunch of instruments. Could also just start with some cow's milk. Start with a bunch of milk. Gives you high quality food real quick. Plus a bunch of barrels. I am in the jungle, yes. Not too worried about trees. What can't you make out of glass? Weapons? No, in Dwarf Fortress you can only make beds out of wood. There is no cloth in beds. And the reason you can only make them out of wood is to try and force conflict between you and other factions. It is a specific choice, yeah. It's a specific choice to make it, like, harder to not go to war with the elves accidentally, right? I'm not going to use obsidian short swords. I will import metal. Chat will always be like, when's Blind going to use obsidian short swords? And I will be like, when I die. I will literally die before using obsidian short swords for anything. Because they are awful. The war over bed economy. Yeah, pretty much. I will bring a couple extra dwarven wine. And scroll through here and be like, yeah. Basic dwarven animals are so boring. I don't know what to bring. Chat, what should I bring? I've got 300 extra points. Hamsters is the confusing one. I mean, we don't have alligators available, so how in the world would I bring alligators? Cats? Why? I really hate cats in Dwarf Fort.
Hello.
Because they, like, don't actually provide enough value to really be worth having. And they're the only animal that I cannot consistently cull the population of. Pigs or turkeys? That would be strong, yes. Small army of crabs. Okay, so chat wants me to bring livestock. You know what? I have 304. Why don't I bring 2 cows? 2 cows. We'll bring 2 cows and we'll milk them. We'll make cheese. That'll make somebody happy, I hope. And, 2 extra plump helmets spawn. Yes. They need substantial water grass. They don't, no livestock need water, but they do need a, yeah, not a substantial amount, but a decent grazing square. All right. So, chat. Brand new fort. Brand new fort. Remember, if you're watching the YouTube stream viewers, thank you. Please click the like button. There's 78 of you watching right now, and only 29 likes. Meaning, a large portion of you, if not most of you, haven't clicked the like button. And to the people over here on Twitch, well, time to say strike the earth. Consider it struck. This place, FireOrb of the hot sparks. With the symbol that is the image of a blazing sun and a dragon. The blazing sun is burning. The blazing sun is impaled on the goblin. Wait, I did that backwards, but it's fine. The dragon is burning the goblin. The dragon is devouring the blazing sun. Ship it. You have arrived after a forbidding journey from the mountain homes. You have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Isandonul. There is almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by pulp, plow, or hook, provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you, but it is spring now. Enough time to delve secure lodgings. Ere the leopards get hungry. A new chapter of dwarven history begins here, at this place. Zeri Lovebook. FireOrb. Strike the earth. It's all good, Unipotamus. It's also good to see you, dude. Chat, we have a mining emote, and when we embark, the job is you type in the mining emote, and then you type in strike the earth. And nobody wants to do it, so I will simply cry internally. There is a tree on the side of this volcano. And a nice settling spot, Eurist. Good parallel parking job. All right. I don't take specific job requests for your dwarves. Agamemnon. You got a dwarf, which means great, awesome, I'm happy for you. However, don't push it. There you go. Now chat's doing the thing. So this is where we live. Right here. I'm going to have to circle this off a little bit, I think. Like, just at the bottoms here. But this is going to be our new home. What do you think, chat? Do you approve? Kind of is a crazy-looking volcano, isn't it? Where's the caravan? Well, Eurus crashed it into the side of a volcano. So, the world save is in the announcements room if you scroll up a bit. If you just want the world for this. But, yeah, the wagon's right there. So, I got 2 dwarves to name. Stormwolf and Arga. I don't think I've missed anybody. Stormwolf, you still here? Or are you present? Also, how you doing, Padinsky? How's things, man? Vatith, Dorfith, do you vaunteth? Naturally, Santapaka. There's no metal on this map, so 7 glassmakers. Well, I'm gonna see if Stormwolf is present. It's Mitchell. How you doing? How was stream? Sleepy made a potato shark. What's a potato shark? I'm confused by whatever this potato shark apparently is. Is this an emote that you made, I guess? What's up, Knap? Let's see if I'm scrolling through chat logs. Don't know what they want. All right, well. It's a potato shark. All right. A shark wearing a potato. So, hold on. I have a question. Very important question. Is it V small shark or a real big potato? Because it's either really little shark or a very big potato. And that is my question. Hello, Tommy. Again, I think. So it's a very small shark. They're both medium sized. Oh, there you go. I mean, freshwater sharks are very small. Let's give yours to Stormwolf. Arga, what tis Dwarfis do you vantis? Seems like you need the subbeth, or you need to refresh one or something. Ranger. Med dub? Arga. And none. You are a proficient mechanic who is also a proficient glassmaker. You're good with language and merciful, but have bad memory. Which means you'll forget that you asked to be a Marks dwarf, so when I don't give you one, you won't get mad at me, right? It's set up as a follower emote. Oh, right. Okay. So yeah, if it's a follower emote, you can only use it in that chat, right? Like I have a follower emote. I think it's a follower emote. Crypt Potato. I can't keep track of what emotes of mine are follower emotes and which ones aren't, but I have a potato emote called Crypt Potato, which is a potato with a beard. It's almost like there's potatoes in the air. It's weird. Very starchy. He is easily moved to mercy and doesn't seek out excitement, doesn't try to get things done perfectly, lives a fast-paced life, and is quite ambitious. Don't bother, Smitchell. They were much more useful back in the day, and now we all have so many emotes, it's kind of, whatever. It's just kind of pointless, really. He lives a fast-paced life and is quite ambitious, has an active imagination and doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. Is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, is trusting, and thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract and needs alcohol to get through the working day. And likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. Personally values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Likes native gold, silver, and amethyst. And paradise nut wood. Kia men for their intelligence and the words of the wisps of sparkling. And when possible prefers to consume great barracuda, cave lobster, and carambola wine. And doesn't like leeches. Is very weak with a prominent chin. A very long beard, which is braided. Sideburns that are clean-shaven. And a very long mustache, which is neatly combed. You're a member of the Ivory Sect. And obviously a member of the Hot Sparks. Welcome to the fortress. For family, you have none, but you do have a bunch of friends. And you worship Nish. Let's see what's on the map. Oh. Well, that's not good. Fortunately, they are pretty far down. But we have fire imps. Please stay down there, fire imps. Can imps fly? Well, they don't really need to fly. They just need to swim up. Although, fortunately, they are here, but they're like... Don't you love it when you just, like, start on a volcano and you start the fortress up and you're like, ah, yes. Found the spire. of gems, right? Like, right there. Got it. Nailed it. Easy. Okay, so what else is on the surface? Giant flies. Lovely. Can dwarf shoot bolt through lava? I don't know. I've never seen them do it. Also never tried to tell them to do it. So let's try and figure this out for a second here. I'm thinking this is probably home right here. Like layer 47. Question is, do I go in from like down here and then, you know, maybe 46 actually, so I don't hit the water in the murky pools of stagnant water. I also doubt anything is going to freeze here. Oh yeah, I should do this. And also, tutorial. Right, tutorials, please. Thank you. So since we are, like, you know, right here, these are all friends. We're at war with elves. We're at war with goblins. Since we, you know, exist right here, we are going to have threats.
Hope you are all good.
We're going to need to get underground, I think. Going to buy metal or armor or both? I mean, I'm going to have to acquire weapons in some fashion, so that, like, I don't really have explicit plans. But yes, I will have to defend the fortress, so we'll have to do something. We have mango trees. What else do we have? Willows? Light cheese? More mango. Light cheese. Custard apples. Delicious. Lots and lots of fruits. Pacifist fort? I mean, we know how long that actually lasts. We've tried that a couple times. It never really ends very well. Like, how many times have I started a fort chat where I'm like, we're gonna try not to do any combat this time? How many times have I tried that where it's actually gone that way? Just gonna do this. That'll make it look less square on this layer. You don't want me to rant about why I'm not going to do a vampire fort. So. Hangman, thank you very much for the tier 2 for 6 months. You keep bringing it up, but I don't like playing vampire forts. Vampires are a fun little threat, but they remove a lot of the interest and fun of actually managing dwarves because they don't need to eat or drink. So, and then they get very slowly slow. So I find them to be more a pain in the ass than they are fun to play. Does the game support elevators at the moment? It has never supported elevators. There is zero plan to support elevators. Why are you asking about elevators? Okay, so let's just go over to fishing and get rid of that. Trees that get burned in Dwarf Fortress do not actually get collapsed. I'm naming Elfie Bean potentially. Chat room. Our friend here, Suited Giraffe, is nominating Elfie Bean for Dwarf. Does Elfie Bean get a dwarf? You guys have the opportunity. Vote yes or vote no. Because it doesn't? I can't give you a why not response to that. No, I mean, running a fully vampire fort is extremely boring. Because they have no needs, and then they slowly slow down because they don't get enough blood. No, I'm not going to run vampire forts. There's like all these memes that people seem to think would make for really, really, really fun gameplay in this video game that doesn't. And everybody's like, Blind, what'd you do? You do this kind of fort. It's like, that's not fun nor entertaining. I like having fun when I play the game. Maybe you don't, and if you don't, that's fine. I'm not here to make you have fun. But I wouldn't do that. That's awful. However, I like having fun, so when people are like, hey, Blind, stop having fun, my response is generally, no. What? Sounds like a YouTube problem on your end, Taro Papu. YouTube chat, can you hear me? Just give me a thumbs up. Because I'm being informed that I am unhearable and muted on YouTube. Vamp Killer Fort with Silver theme. Sure. It's just the silver mirror. I mean, I don't agree that the name of the faction has anything to do with vampire. Fairly audible. There you go. Okay, so sounds like it's an issue on your end then, Taro. But glad it's working on this end for you. Maybe check if you have your tab muted or something. Okay, so we're going to make a front door. Immediately we hit obsidian. Obsidian and sand. Tales of sand and volcanic glass. Good news? I mean, there isn't any bad news. So it appears that chat has voted for Elfie to get a Dwarf. I think Elfie gets the expedition leaders. Any demands otherwise? How does he expect YouTube viewer to hear him if he just told him he can? I was asking the other ones, is because there's plural YouTube viewers. There's 90 of them. So if one of them can't, I'm sure the other 89 possibly might. Feel like that's a fair assumption to make. Elfie Bean does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, is conflicted by this as someone who values artwork and its creation, often feels lustful, does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, lives a fast-paced life, is grateful when others help her out, and tries to return favors, can sometimes act without deliberation, has little interest in joking around, is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself, and she tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. Occasionally overindulges, and her hands are animated when she's surprised. Stamps her feet repeatedly when she's angry, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. Why in the world would I duplicate metal? Hey, streamer, playing a slightly difficult embark, initially at the very least, where you will get copious amounts of metal from just about anything, and it's very, very, very easy to acquire more metal in this video game. However, then person comes into chat and says, hey, streamer, are you going to openly cheat? No. What? Why would I cheat? The fuck? Sorry, I just saw that. I just needed to get that out of my system. Cough. She lives a fast-paced life and is grateful when others help her out and tries to return favors. Can sometimes act without deliberation and has little interest in joking around. Is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. And she tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. Her hands are animated when she's surprised, and she stomps her feet repeatedly when she's angry and needs alcohol to get through the working day. I like that, stomping her feet repeatedly. Personally values hard work and finds leisure time wasteful and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Does it even have a small influence? It has more than a small influence. What all of that means is it's their explaining this to person in YouTube chat. What this means is this is their personality. So this basically determines how they get along with other dwarves, which can massively impact their mood. It can also, depending on what it is, like a dwarf that's extremely messy, it'll state that they'll leave their things strewn about without a care. They're less likely to put their stuff away, right? No, there is no metal on this embark. That's what this means. There's no metal here. There's no metal here. None. I should like go put on a metal band shirt for the irony. Elfie will probably make friends with fort visitors, for instance. Yes, right? Like somebody who's often lustful, if they end up in a, like if they end up married, they're probably gonna have a lot of kids, right? Someone with little interest in joking around, even though you don't see the conversations happening in real time, if somebody tells her a joke, she'll retort negatively generally. Also, City Hale, that's a good last name. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. It means she really wants to like work in crafts and such. It changes how these tend to work as well. Disdaining leisure time, as an example, means that she's less likely to, you know, just go socialize than some other dwarves would be. So, yes, it does, in fact, some non-metal band. I don't have a Brass Against shirt or anything like that. But yeah, no, it is very easy to just acquire large sums of metal in Dwarf Fortress without actually, like, having metal on your map location. So it's like a non-issue. Let's not actually do this. Let's go maybe a little bit more of a screen up. And I'm just going to pop one of these guys up. Let's say... Actually, what do we have on the surface up here? Vines. Rice plants. Lots of grass. Obviously. Cashew trees. Red spinach. Ooh. Big fan. Potatoes. Nice. A pineapple down there. I'm so used to, like, the last few embarks I've done have just been all on mountains and, like, very, 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 very grim, not pleasant places. There's a lion tamarin over there. Colony of honeybees. Should do some bees for fun. Even though I never end up actually doing anything with them. Okay, I'm definitely going to need to reset that. That location. Let's reset that to here. There we go. You can make mead, yeah, but it's the lowest value alcohol in the game, which is kind of funny. So we're gonna go up here actually and just make a carpenter shop, I think. And I'm gonna go down in here and I'm gonna make a stoneworker's shop. You're gonna make beds, and the stoneworker's shop's just gonna start making blocks. Why is it so low value? You could call it a bug. You could call it a design oversight. You could call it Tarn forgot. They're really, it literally just comes down to Tarn typoed it and it never got fixed. But it is the lowest value alcohol in the game. And it's also one of the most tedious things to make in the game. It's like as bad as soap, if not worse. I would say it's worse because it requires specific types of containers. So it's super tedious to make and just kind of an annoying thing in general to deal with. Demonocron Grim, thank you very much for the Prime subscription for a 3rd month. Welcome back, dude. I apparently need to use the toilet. Well, here's hoping no giant flies fly in and kill us. I will be right back.
for everyone.
Ah, bees for everyone? Oh, sorry, no, cheese. That's what you said. All right. So they've dug this out now. So what I think we're gonna do is I'm gonna spend a little bit actually like making a layout here, which is not something I usually do. But this is just going to kind of circle around this, sort of, maybe go underneath itself. And my idea is to kind of make a spiral that eventually goes up into here, because this is going to be where we're going to get the, like, sand from. But this is one layer above the top of the volcano, right? So I think our reservoir is for lava is probably going to come off of up here and then go down here one level and then down another level. And I'll start it up here by channeling into this. So I could pretty easily just like channel up here as a way of, you know, starting our lava reservoir. And that would be a pretty easy way or method, I guess, for us to begin things. You right here are making rock blocks. You are going to just make 10 beds. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I need to pasture some animals somewhere. I haven't actually looked at what type of animals I have. Let's go pen pasture. Accept. Okay, so we got 2, wow, 2 male yaks and 2 lady cows. What are the odds? No breeding pairs. I think you asked and answered your one. You're like your single quest. You're the same question. Why would you ever make it then? You don't generally. It's like, why would you ever make mead then? You probably shouldn't. But yeah, that's kinda the plan here for me. And then for defense, I really kind of hope that this fort actually works out, because the last one like kind of failed so catastrophically. It's like I had all these ideas and these cool things I wanted to do, but like just none of them actually ended up happening. So today, like my hope for this fort is to just do a better job actually achieving my goals, I suppose. And as far as doing a better job achieving my goals go, as we come up with goals for this fort, I'll update that command again, because I've been doing a bad job as well of updating that command since the last fort, because the last fort just got out of hand in a bad way. Bees are the thing. Okay, so do you guys actually want to know what happened with bees in Dwarf Fortress? So Dwarf Fortress was a crowdfunded game for a really long time, right? And, you know, when you're crowdfunding a game, I think probably No Man's Sky, or not No Man's Sky, Star Citizen is the most famous for this. If you want people to give your game money, you have to give people something that they want. So what Star Citizen does is it goes, hey guys, you like spaceships? And then they give you more spaceships. Dwarf Fortress tried this thing called like the animal fundraiser, right? Where you could sponsor a type of animal, where if you tipped them money, you gave them money, and you asked for a type of animal, then they would add it to the game. So that's how they added a whole whackload of animals to the game. And that's why the animal selection is kind of random, because it's just animals that people wanted. Now, as part of this, they also said, and one of these, the most popular one, is going to get a bunch of development. So we're going to add a bunch of systems and mechanics to a specific animal. And the most popular one was bees. So because of that, they went and added a lot of mechanics for bees, which, you know, great idea, right? Everybody loves bees. However, problem was they did, but none of the other animals. So the result is we have bees that are kind of overdeveloped in compared to literally every other aspect of the game's farming. They added mead and they added wax crafts. And then there was a whole bunch of bugs involving mead and wax crafts, which just never got fixed. Some of them have been fixed as of more recently. Some examples are bees are no longer considered food, which wasn't a bad thing. It was just kind of funny. But you see this food counter up here? Well, that food counter, for a very long time, would randomly jump to be way higher numbers than it was supposed to be. Constantly. Like, it would just, like, be sitting at significantly higher numbers than the actual food count was. And it was probably because you had a couple beehives. And so the game thought that individual bees were meals. So it'd be like, I have 85,000 food, when in reality you actually had, like, 250. Because bees were considered food. Yeah, and it's thousands of plus bees in a hive. So that was a bug that got fixed, which is, I guess, good. And then, as time went on, there's been other bugs. But the main issue is that mead is the only alcohol source that is an animal product. And the issue with that is it requires some very specific other things in order to actually make work. So you need jugs. Let's see if I can get this right from memory. To make mead, you need honey. So you need beehives. Okay. After roughly a year of the bees being in the hive, it's like 8 months or whatever, you split the hives and then get, like, basically a thing. And then that thing gets a product from that. And then that product is taken to a presser, and the presser is pressed. And from that, I think you get 3 things. You get meat, you get honey, you get wax, and then you get royal jelly, and then I think a press cake. The royal jelly goes into a barrel, the honey goes into jugs, and then the wax goes into a different container. If the honey goes into a barrel, I don't think it can be made into mead. And then from there, you can then brew the honey. I was saying mead. I mean, sorry, I had a cold for a little bit, so my nose is a little stuffy. So it sounds funny when I try and say mead. 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 Not meat. I swear. So that's kind of the short version, I suppose. Okay, it's not a bad little layout. I think that'll work. Put a tavern over here. Actually, no, we're not going to put a tavern over here. We make a glassmaker's guild. That's what I'm going to do. That'll be our glassmaker's guild, which we'll do last. Any surface structures to avoid cave adaptation? I'm going to build skylights. I mean, right now we are like 2 layers down, so it's not going to be hard in the slightest. But this is going to get a skylight. Probably this hallway is going to get skylights. This hallway is absolutely going to get skylights. That'll be easy. So we're going to do skylights. We'll do it that way. Also probably... Ooh. You know what I think you know what I was going to do with this is I was going to go underneath this walkway. Maybe this needs to go up a layer and then up a layer and then up a layer. And then we need to have or maybe just a bridge going across it. I think we should do that. We should have a bridge going across this. Last tavern in Volcano? I mean, I need to put a roof on it first, which is the higher priority, but yeah, I mean, yeah. Let's go. Also, someone asked me to save earlier. Now that I've got the layout set. I do know, because I maybe cheated, that there are that there is a second volcano in the caverns in this map. So, I mean, the goal is to build this in such a way so that I can reclaim it and not have to worry about it too much. You'd rather turn cave adaptation off? Wait, hold on a second. Why does skylights feel weird to you? What? That's like, so I guess for me, there's a disconnect there, because that's literally how I've played this game my entire life. The past year has been weird, but cave adaptation isn't a thing. Cave adaptation are dwarves' only weakness. Dwarves are the most overpowered, ridiculously strong characters in the world. Also, Mako Darkfire, I completely missed that prime. Thank you very much for the 5th month. Welcome back. You just joined? Did you miss anything? Yes. Yes, you did. Will you survive? Yes. Are all my dwarves sleeping? Ah, they're all pen pasturing. Lots of giant flies. How the dwarf OP? Well, okay, so one fully trained legendary dwarf with a lucky martial trance can kill an entire goblin army of 200, right? Dwarves are the strongest, like, faction in the game on a 1-to-1 scale. By a lot. And it's because of martial trances. So something else I'm going to try and do here is I would like to make a lava forge right on the edge of this. But I need to, or I want to figure out how to do this in a way that doesn't look awful. Can you dig down into lava, so to speak, and put a room submerged in it? I would have to remove the lava first. No, you can't dig into lava. Some of the statements that chat makes, I can just sit here and think and be like, you know, if you thought about that question for a minute, you'd realize that there's probably an answer to it that you can realize yourself. Like, can you dig into lava? No, I'm not talking about you. Rum Rusher, here's the thing. You can well actually me all you want. In Fortress mode, while a player is playing, I'm not talking about any of the animal people. I'm specifically talking human, goblin, elf, dwarf. Period. Okay? That's all I'm talking about. No, I'm simply stating mine into lava. I mean, if you pour water onto it and turn it into obsidian, dig through that, and then pour more water on it and rinse repeat, yeah, you get pretty far. I mean, that's one way to put it, evidence self. But please don't well actually me, Rum Rusher. I very much appreciate your knowledge of this game, but sometimes I don't want it. And right now is one of those times. Like I said, you can well actually me all you would like, but it's not desired nor appreciated currently because I know what I'm talking about. In a world where one of my legendary dwarves can defeat an entire goblin siege by themselves, Yeah, everybody can become enraged, though. And enraged doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to win the fight. Well, actually, Blind seems knowledgeable. Thank you. Darius. Dwarf with beard. I think we might be out. Nope. Never mind. We got Kodal. I can't wait for the next person to be like, I want Dwarf with beard. And I'll be like, mate, I'm literally out. And you're sleeping in a field. Seems lovely. Darius Dorfrin is not careful with resources when working on projects. Often spends unnecessary effort. He tends to be swayed by emotional appeals as an optimist, presents himself modestly, frowns on any flashy accomplishments, is sometimes cruel, brave in the face of imminent danger, ambitious, occasionally overindulges, is not particularly interested in what others think of him, easily falls in love, rarely develops positive feelings, tends to avoid any physical confrontations, works to square his natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He is slow to anger, he is curious and eager to learn, generally acts with a narrow focus on current activities, and chews his cheek when he's bored. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, likes working outdoors, only grumbles mildly at bad weather, and personally finds the quest for knowledge to be of the very highest value, and sees war as a useful means to an end. But dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes native gold, well, he'll be sad here. Bronze will be sad here. Rock crystal, there's hope. Pine and giant cave spider silk. Rope reed fabric, the color burnt sienna. You're like the person who's like, I like snake leather, the real stuff. He likes the color sienna, spears and shields and crowns, and crutches and rabbits for their ability to burrow, and Rios macaw men for their mischief, in the words of the diamond silver, and when possible prefers to consume turnip wine and buckwheat flour and spelt seeds, and absolutely hates mussels. He's in love with Olin, and she's a minor, and he is a member of the South Creed, which is a religion which worships the god Nish. What's the difference between enrages and trances? One is, stat-wise, fuck knows. I mean, I'd have to go look at the raws to tell you. I do not know off the top of my head. I don't even know what martial trance does exactly stat-wise. But I'm also not a stats-based person. So don't ask me about stats things. If you want to know very specific stats, you're going to have to go consult the wiki yourself, because I don't have a brain that remembers that sort of thing, if that makes sense. So if you want stats, I'm not your guy. I mean, dwarves have very serious main character syndrome in this video game. You need to remember that. From what I understand, martial trance gives them a massive boost to dodging. The chance of actually dodging, and not just like dodge chance. So it's a boost to dodging. It makes you less likely to get tired, essentially. So they get tired less quickly. I understand that correctly. And they can fight longer, right? And the fastest way to die for most creatures is getting tired. When they get tired, that's when they die in Dwarfort. It's the fastest way to die, is just simply getting tired. So in that world, where the fastest way to die in Dwarfort is get tired and fall asleep, simply put, combine that with also dwarves having access to the strongest materials in the game that a lot of other creatures straight up don't have. Dwarves are the strongest characters in the game, which means they need literally anything to make them weaker. But, you know. Hello, Infinity. How are you? And Enraged, I don't actually think it gives any real combat benefits. I think Enraged just makes them able to deal with pain a little longer. Enraged, from what I can tell, is kind of like going into death throes where you're like in the, like, quite literally about to die. And you're angry. It's like an anger-based about to die thing. Also forces active attacking. I mean, usually enraged means they're almost dead. At least in my experience. You're enraged, things have gone bad. So I am doing this to make a real quick furnace so that I can make some picks. I don't know why I'm like kind of trying to just use cashew wood, but I guess it's because it's a nice color. I mean, I would assume it was a design choice. It'd be weird if it wasn't. It's kind of hard to answer that question because I don't know. I mean, dwarves are the, you know, first and only real default playable race in Fortress mode, so I'm sure there's some of that. Very chill version of Asturias? I'm not familiar. Also that. The other thing is dwarves are the only faction in the game that are capable of getting steel by default. Because nothing else can dig deep enough in World Gen. Which confuses a lot of people. When I start talking about like the enemy or the other factions being able to dig, someone's playing Fallout New Vegas in the wrong directory in the Dwarf Fortress directory. Anyway, when I start talking about like other factions being able to dig, they assume that that means when they attack you. So I always have to be kind of careful about when I talk about this, but other factions can dig in World Gen, meaning they can create structures and dig down while they're creating those structures. And this is important because different factions can dig different depths. Humans can't generally get steel. Neither can goblins because they don't go down deep enough. It would be cool if goblins try to dig into your fort. Why do people think that? Man, like this, I guess this is where I'm different than a lot of people on the internet. That sounds like the least fun thing in the world to me. Like nothing sounds more repulsive than like, it would be like if an enemy army showed up and started digging into my fortress, I would probably Alt F4. Like it's just, and turn off enemies. Like nothing about that sounds appealing to me. It would encourage more military? I couldn't disagree more. It was a good time in Dungeon Keeper. Dungeon Keeper's a very different game, though. Now, if it was oh, they can't dig deeper than, like, 2 layers or something, then okay, fine. But, yeah, I don't know. That sounds awful to me. I think people go from it's too easy to turtle in your fort to enemies should be able to dig. I don't think it's too easy to turtle in your fort, but I guess I'm maybe a little weird like that. And you right here are going to make floodgates. We're going to make 2 of them. And I'm just going to, yeah, okay. There's only obsidian. I was going to say they need to be obsidian. Well, there's only obsidian, so I guess that's fine. Okay, so you right here are going to go to, yes, weapons, copper, pick. Weapons, copper, pick. Weapons, copper, pick. Weapons, Copper and pick. Weapons. Copper and pick. And there we go. Oh, look at this. Some Maglins have arrived. Fancy that. What time of year is it? Early summer? Oh my gosh. Hello, Goden. You're just standing there. Probably because I don't have a meeting zone of any kind. Doink. Now we do. Let's see what we get. Goden. Into the fort. There you go. And a donkey you bring. A bone carver. A kid. Okay. You know, RimWorld is an awful example when trying to talk about possible mechanics for Dwarf Fortress for one very simple reason. RimWorld is flat. Dwarf Fortress is not. Everything that RimWorld does is designed to break strategies that people in the early access period of the game did because they were fun and consistent and interesting. RimWorld has spent years trying to break that stuff by adding in fuck tons of really stupid, annoying mechanics that are like, hey, you think you've thought of something cool? I got ya! I outsmarted ya! And it doesn't, really. It just makes the act of trying to play the game even remotely non-violently or in a more story-generative kind of fashion awfully unpleasant. Unless you mod them out of the game or disable them. And for me, stating, oh, it's in RimWorld. So that's why people ask for it? Because those are some of the worst mechanics in RimWorld. If you're complaining about turtling, stop turtling! That's your problem. Found it. This isn't a game about difficulty. Then why did you put 20 hours into it? Greed. Also high greed. But anyway, we have a clerk. What skills do you has? You're a record keeper. Well, sounds like you've walked into this job. Bookkeeper. Not bad. We now have 11 dwarfs. Gonna grab some extra miners and get to it. I'm also gonna go up here. We're gonna chuck that baby donkey up there. That was my stance throughout the development of RimWorld as they started slowly, removing things and changing things so that I couldn't play the game the way I enjoyed playing it. Was just like, why do you care if I have repeating traps? And why do you care if I have all this OP stuff? So I will just mod it back in, thanks. I don't want to kite back and forth through a door. But anyway, to me, one of the most annoying things RimWorld does is allowing enemy units to just crawl through the dirt directly towards your settlement. I find it to be an absolutely obnoxious mechanic that I really dislike. So when people talk about how it would be cool if the enemy could dig, I don't disagree in Dwarf Fort. I think that if the enemy could dig, though, I don't think it would be in the way people imagine it in RimWorld. Because the way they do that in RimWorld is they just go to a door and start chipping through, right? Which sucks. Why would you ever want that? Whereas in Dwarf Fort, if, like, a siege showed up here and they chopped down a bunch of trees and then dug some trenches that were, like, 1 layer deep and built fortifications in front of them, that'd be pretty cool. I'd be okay with that. Like, if they dug trenches, air quotes, like you see in the overworld when exploring in adventure mode. But I wouldn't want them to be able to dig into the actual fortress, considering that would break the game's lore for a lot of forts. If you're building a fort that's like even remotely deep, humans can't dig that deep, and neither can goblins. Not without the help of demons, anyway. Most of my friends are still playing it. Great. So I like have nothing to talk about with my friends right now. At least not on Twitch. Why I like basically haven't rated anybody in forever is because everybody's just like playing RimWorld. It's like, I don't want to watch RimWorld. Rumble. Read the last Discord word story? Okay, sir, if you insist. I'll just start from here. Ritual email insults fear of formality, formalness Trojans, and handles people typing with reckless abandon. Still don't stop thinking that thought, threatening inaction over the alighting of 13 ghosts with sacred hand healers and footwear. Contrary to contrarian controversies, canneries canceling, fucking write sentences, you weirdos. Numbly spicy curry simmers on the dwarves' stove. Caught up. You're supposed to write sentences, and just writing words that start with letter C isn't a sentence. I'm going to delete this feature soon if you guys keep at it. You guys have to write sentences. That's the whole point. If you're just going to write words, then why are we even here? Anyway, let's not turn this into a let's complain about RimWorld stream, because I don't like doing that. And there's some people on the YouTube side of things, not in the stream here necessarily, but in my YouTube comments sections that are just like, this guy just fucking bashes RimWorld all the time. It's like, not really. Chat keeps bringing it up, and it's a stream that's not RimWorld for a game that gets compared to it a lot. And that, surprisingly enough, there are some people out there that dislike that game, and they end up watching and playing games that scratch the same itch, but are better games. So do I. Agreed. So do I. But, like, you actually have to write sentences. The whole point is you write sentences. But people have stopped writing sentences a lot of the time. So what's the point? You want to know why those rooms exist, Creed? It's because back when Discord had a partner program, how do? I still feel horrible, so bad. That's the only answer I have for you, Noel. Cough won't go away. Where was I going with this? It's passing away today. Rest in peace. Sweet Valentine. Death is part of life, mate. It sucks. I've had a lot of loss the past year. I feel you. Anyway, I don't ever know how to talk when people are just like, I'm losing somebody. It's like, oh God, I'm so sorry. But also, a fort bone doll is what we're thinking here. You mean you want RimWorld to not be bad? I also would like RimWorld to not have given up, but it is what it is. It's too late. Doesn't matter. They're just going to keep charging you for updates now. And yes, I consider DLC charging you for updates. The person who's like, but it's DLC, not charging you for updates. That's what that is. Speaking of demons, yesterday you sent your dwarves to raise a goblin camp, but they never made it out. I sent another, and just 2 survived. The report showed that they were commanded by 99 blind ogres, 20 cave dragons, and 94 trolls. Ah, and a fucking monkey demon. Yeah, those demons can have like some pretty OP abilities, especially in the like when you are manually attacking stuff. No, you cannot make glass swords. You can make obsidian swords. I'm not going to make obsidian swords because they are terrible. Remember how a couple minutes ago I said, can we not turn this into a let's just bash RimWorld stream? I try really hard to not do this. My chat always does.
What weapons will you use then? P.
I'm not going to use weapons? There's a volcano right there. What? Why do I need weapons? What about obsidian sword traps? No, because glass weapon traps are easier and better, and I don't really use weapon traps anyway. Hey, chat room, can I get a round of beers? For 2 reasons. 1, you're supposed to do that whenever there is a resub, and Cramp just resubbed for 40 months! It's a fucking long time, dude. And also, you're supposed to do that when you're not supposed to do that. But I like it when you do that whenever somebody says something so stupid that my brain hurts a little bit. So let's get rid of what Royal Green said. There we go. Thank you, chat. Much better. Whew. Safe again. I'm sorry, what? I guess that screwed that up. Cramp, thank you very much for the 10-pack of gift subs. I don't know what I did to deserve that today, but thank you. Do you plan on feeding all the goblinite you obtained to the volcano? No? Why would I do that? I actually very rarely do anything with goblinite. I usually just sell it and trade it for more materials because I find melting stuff down to be annoyingly tedious. There are many, 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 many game jams out there. Do not wait for me to organize one. Or my team to organize one, rather. What is the name of this volcano? The mucus something? I think it was like mucus, but it looked like the word mucus, but not quite spelled right. So I'm not sure. It's like the mucus flame. What the fuck? Creed? I'm violently opposed to that sentence you just wrote in my chat? What? The fuck? Dude? Is this supposed to be something I'm supposed to understand? You know, I don't actually want to tell you when the hot potato is happening because of what you just called it. I almost want you to apologize. The fuck, dude? If you think you're being clever, it didn't land, if that's what you're aiming for. Christ, man. So when you ask me using the name of the event or ask about the charity event or, you know, the charity fundraising event, maybe I'll answer your question. But when you're just like, when's the Surrey horror thing start? Fuck off, what? It's the literally the opposite of funny. There's nothing funny in what you just said. The hell's wrong with you? If you think that's funny, it's a charity event raising money for Doctors Without Borders, and that's the joke you went with. So, Hmm. Yeah, make a dark fire. Starting on Friday. The fuck? No, I have to say significantly worse words for quite a bit longer for YouTube to get mad at me. Anyway. Wow. Cool. I'm glad to know that's how you think about the events that I organize with my friends. Yeah, definitely. Started playing Dwarf Fortress a few days ago. Let's say if you build a gem cutter workshop, did the dwarves auto pick up the diamonds and stone to craft them? No, there's a few workshops where stuff does automatically get done. They automatically, like if you tell them to butcher an animal, they'll automatically take the hides from the animal and tan them. If you have a tanner's shop, they'll automatically collect webs. These can be disabled in this screen, the standing orders screen. So there's several different things that are automatic that can be disabled in these screens. But what you need to realize is that it's a very few number of jobs that are actually automated like that. The majority of them are not. So I wish there was a facepalm emoji in chat. I literally have crypt palm. Anyway, so to just clarify why I don't think that joke is funny is, one, why in the fuck would you slut shame in 2024? And two, on Friday, we are running, well, I guess I honestly do not genuinely want to talk about it now because of how you've stated it. So thank you for making me question the audience that I cultivate a little bit. But on Friday, a event is starting. This is a charity event where, you know, a bunch of different streamers are taking part. We're raising money for Doctors Without Borders. It's a succession fort, essentially. So at 10 a.m. in UTC time, whatever the hell that is, FG Squared is starting on Friday, May 10th. They're so sorry. If you're excited for a thing, don't fuck it. Which is kind of what you did. There, I'm playing off your joke. You happy? Don't ever use that term around me again, by the way. What is a Surrey? Just... It's a city? Multiple cities? I'm just like completely flabbergasted about, and I don't know where to go, nor do I know what to continue saying now after reading that. I'm just completely lost at this point. So, great. Awesome. Mm-hmm. Like, it's very rare that somebody says something dumb, and it's so dumb that I just want to leave the room, but that's how I feel right now. Yeah, Nukram's on the list. Quill 18's on the list. There will be a YouTube post on my YouTube channel when the event actually starts. You know, it'll be a good time. I mean, you can talk about obsidian swords all you want. I'm not going to make them. All of this is succession streams into a playlist. It's really difficult to do because not everybody saves VODs in the same format, right? So I don't think it's ever actually happened. It didn't happen last year. Be cool, but every year there's always one person who's like, nope, don't save VODs. Okay. But individuals often archive them. If you remove, like, the ceiling from an area and expose it to light, and then replace the ceiling again, it's still considered exposed to light, basically. Is, I guess, what YouTube chat's trying to explain to you, Yannick. Okay, so right here is going to be a meeting zone. And this is going to be a guild hall. And make this into a glassmaker guild. Well, there is no established guild yet, but it's just going to be set to citizens only. The other thing is, I kind of don't need the farm. At least not right away. The serrated obsidian discs do not exist in Dwarf Fortress. And also, our obsidian is really dull. So I would probably guess that that would be about the equivalent of getting hit with a pool noodle. A heavy one, but still just a pool noodle. I don't think that would be very effective, I guess. Not in Dwarf Fort. In real life, it's sharp, yeah. But the sharpness rating of it is pretty low, which is why they're terrible as weapons. You make obsidian toy blocks. Toy blocks? What? What's a toy block? I've never heard of this. So something I need to figure out is where in the hell in this area am I going to put storage? Maybe I'll make another hallway or something. Kind of break off here and put it there. Oh, you mean like a puzzle cube or whatever they're called? Oh, puzzle boxes, those things. Okay, gotcha. Puzzle boxes. I think I'm going to go up to here and we're going to make storage. Because I'm going to need storage. At the very least for food. At the very least. Round shape always goes in the square hole, naturally. Can the volcano erupt? Not naturally. It's not supposed to, I'll put it that way. But you can sort of make them erupt by retiring and reclaiming the location. I think that would be up to chat to figure it out, Nakaris. You launch a bunch of projectiles to break trees. Just thought about an automatic tree farm. Literally, ballistas. Ballistas take out trees. Although, they used to not annoy the elves when you did it that way, which is ironic. But, they do now. But if you want to take out trees, ballistas. Ballistas will take out trees. Although, I'm not certain, do you get wood from trees that you take out with ballistas, or do they just explode? Actually not sure. In the volcano you go. Ah. To the volcano with ye. So I guess I'm going to need to just do this. This is going to be our intake. Unhappy getting the volcano. Sure. Mm-hmm. Sure. Good luck with that idea, Zoratono, however you say your name. Here's the thing. The day that the internet decides to stop asking if literally everything is a war crime will be the happiest day of my internet career. YouTube chat. Every single day, you disappoint me. All right, let's go this way. Connect to this stuff. You drop a room or building into a volcano like a rocket. I mean, you can, like, collapse anything into anything. I guess my question is, what's your desired outcome? Because, sure, if you construct something above a volcano and then drop it into the volcano, it will fall into a volcano, yes. I mean, you can't physically construct a lava piston. Lava pistons have to be solid rock in Dwarf Fortress, and then caved in one layer at a time. You can do it, absolutely, but they only work if they're caved in one layer at a time. Oh no, it's a meeting zone. I need this. I need an office. And bookkeeper, you get that office. I'll probably also just give you the other jobs as well. Just for right now, so I don't need to worry about it. And then I can go up here, and I can go rock table. Rock. Throne. And we'll just make them all out of obsidian. And let's also go up to here and grab us a jeweler's table. Like, turn the volume of them down? Althane? I'm pretty sure that's the sound effects volume. Pretty sure. Actually, no, don't cut gems. Polished stones. That's what we'll trade first. And because we're early autumn, although I'm not actually sure if we're going to get traders right away, but if we do, we do. And that'd be cool. If we don't, we don't. That's fine too. Well, this person's asking how to turn the sound down. Diamond. So I tried to answer the question. If you think having it lower would suck, then okay. That's fine. But that wasn't directed at you. I'm sorry you feel that way. Yeah, then I don't know, Halthane. Like, I cannot help you. You've already answered your own question then. Turn down the sound by pressing Alt F4. Very helpful. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to have to dig from up here. What kind of stuff do I trade for? Whatever I need, which is very little, usually. I know that kind of sounds like a strange thing to say, but the reality is there's very few things that you need in Dwarf Fortress. So whatever you want. Quite literally. Because there will never be many things that you need in this game. Trading, like many mechanics in Dwarf Fortress, is pretty underbaked. There isn't a lot to trade for that you really need. Is there things you can trade for? Certainly. But do you need them? Well, I mean, not really. Yeah, I guess we're not going to get traders until next year. Yeah, see, there's an example. Often I'll end up importing certain types of gems and things that I don't have access to, stuff like that. I always find something. There's always something that you'll end up needing to buy, but... Do you need to just import a ton of stuff? No, not really. There never really will be a point where you need to import things. Nah, I don't want to actually do rock doors. We'll just dump this stuff out of here. And sit here and wait. Yeah. It really... Oh, there we go. We do get to trade this time. Although it is a grim reminder of the winter hardships to come, the supply caravan from the Still Mirrors is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with anticipation of inspecting the splendid products of your industrious crafts dwarves. Take careful stock of your own stores. What these merchants offer might very well be the difference between a prosperous future and a slow and meaningless death. Well, they go over there and do that. And you polish stones. We go up here and go to cut gems. There's no way those are that valuable. What the hell? There is no way. What happened when you bought a panda? Did it just starve to death? Rude. Sometimes you'll import wood and then have an agreement with elves, and I really can't afford to piss them off. Also instruments. Elves are really, really useful to be friends with because of the animals they can import. Like, they are honestly the best trade partner in the game. If you can consistently be, you know, trade partners with them, that is. You cannot make weapons out of glass. Ping my dear. So, sure, I've answered that. They brought a buck rabbit and a goat. I don't need no goat. I do, however... I have 300 bucks to spend and need some cloth. So I will buy the cheap stuff. Man. Imagine spending 100 bucks on a piece of cloth. There we go. We've traded money. We're running kind of low on drinks, though. Let's just go food. Right there. Oh, it's probably not a small amount of cloth, yeah. You always manage to stay friends with elves. It's really easy to stay friends with elves if you have a basic understanding of how the game's mechanics work. But I think this faction's already at war with an elven faction. Yeah, it's these guys down here. But there's these ones up here that I'm sure we'll trade with. So I won't go out of my way to annoy them. We will get attacked by some, but... It's kind of the goblins down here. Appear devil. Devil appear. And then, of course, the elves there. But there's plenty of opportunities to be friends with people as well. The expedition leader meets with Elfie Bean. And Volbach is our outpost liaison. And they say, I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. And I'm going to ask them to bring us bronze iron and steel. 'Cause I don't have any flux. I'm also going to go down a ways to a stone and scroll through here and ask for coal. Later, we'll start asking for, like, more just raw materials, but that's what we're going to be importing. Goblin sites sound like band names. Certainly a bit of that, yeah. Being at war against any faction in Dwarf Fortress can be fun. Okay, so probably what I'm going to do is I'm going to use buckets to get the underground areas in here, like, wetted so that we can... So that we can grow underground. Either that or I'd have to cave stuff in or dig up, and I don't really want to do that. I do really like it when I'm getting invaded by goblins and then the elves ambush them. That's always pretty fun. Just doesn't happen that often. We are starving? What? Chat, are we starving? Or do you think that Groot is an overreacting, like, fearmonger? Because when I go up here, I go, man, look at all these mangoes on the ground. Holy shit. It's like all I need, literally, oh god, all I need to do is click and drag and press OK and then click that button. Oh my god, look at all this fallen fruit on the ground. Like, it's free food. Literally free, just everywhere. It's everywhere. There's mangoes all over the ground. Probably wasps everywhere too. But there's just mangoes everywhere, man. Mangoes everywhere. Time for some mango ale? Yeah, damn right. Rick Albert, what kind of dwarf do you want it? Let me just click a few buttons and then I will show you the selection. But yeah, if you think we're starving, then jeez, man. There's your selection. Any clerk? I do have a manager. I'm pretty sure they were actually a clerk when they got here. You want to live in this mango-rich environment? Me too, man. I miss papayas. You're just saying before it's too late? It never needs to be said, Groot. You need to remember who you're watching. Trust me. I would literally need to not let any of these dwarves eat food for like 40 minutes for us to starve to death. We are fine. Manager sounds excellent. All right. Rick Albert. Sweet dreams, JJ. Sleep good. He tends to be passive in discussions, isn't given to flights of fancy, is often cheerful, has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, can handle stress, doesn't go out of his way to help others, doesn't seek out excitement, isn't particularly curious about the world, and drinks booze during the workday. He personally disregards tradition, and finds friendship burdensome, and dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes Cobalt-type, Billin, and Onyx, and Yaks for their shaggy hair, Hyenas for their coordinated hunting, and the sight of the umber skirt, and when possible prefers to consume turnip wine, and absolutely hates lizards. Redeem for 15 minutes and got a manager? To get the manager? Well, rest in peace. Sorry, we can't all win them, bunnies. Just remember, tier 2 subscribers can nominate themselves for dwarves. Same. This is the reason I will literally never like the solutions we have for dwarves, because I feel like someone's always going to be sad. It's like, well, shit. Anyway, where was I? You do have a wife. You're married to Erel, and you have a daughter named Kodal. Wow. You were a former members of the Wanders of Murdering, and the Dangerous Bear, which sounds like a goblin group. You were once a member of the Hall of Salves, which is a different dwarven faction, and you're now a citizen of the Still Mirrors. This dwarf's had some interesting history, I assume. You worship a bunch of different gods. Interesting. A dwarf only goblins could love? I mean, now you're my mayor, so it can't have been that bad. Okay, so now that that's done up here and you're done here, we're going to go here, grab this. And everybody's just hauling stuff to stockpile. Honestly. And yes, we're definitely starving to death. Absolutely starving to death. I'm going to go into plant gatherers and just double check the jobs in plant gatherers. Plant gathering. I want you to be everybody. Let's set this to only selected. We'll do it this way. Just two of the dwarfs. I'm also in an ad break, so we'll wait for that to end. I used to work for a company that made a bacterial culture for the mango frozen yogurt used at Red Mango stores. I don't know what that is, but okay. The product name was Red Mango Mango. Cold Mango Mango. Red Mango. Red Mango Mango. Cold Mango Mango. Red Mango. I always wanted to ask the supply chain guys if you could get more mango. That is... I wonder how many lawyers were involved in the naming of that product. Because that's something. Needs more cowbell? I mean... Tonk, tonk, tonk. This is going to take a bit. Although dwarves are no longer entirely just hauling stuff, because it appears that they're actually bringing stuff over now. I'm going back to doing work, which is good. Merchants are leaving soon, that's fine. You're hanging out in here. There's just seeds everywhere in here, which is fine. Has more mango than the original? Gets sued for using the word mango in that particular order that many times with the word red mango in there? Yeah, that's something. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about that. Speaking of mangoes, let's brew some alcohol from fruit and see what we get. Pineapple. Ooh. All of the exotic alcohols. Don't need to worry about the plants. Curious what else we get. We're going to have to check the alcohol supplies relatively frequently. Currently, they are finally emptying out this pit. Whipvine wine? Ah, there's more whips where that vine came from. Seems to be all pineapple. Okay, well, we got red spinach. Of course, there's plenty of whipvine. Does your dwarf just like whipvine? Is that why you keep saying whipvine? It's probably the case, actually. Anyway, we'll also queue up plants. And we can stop polishing stones now. We don't need those. What do we not need currently? Brewing drinks, yeah, that's fine. Okay, we'll just let that do its thing while we haul boulders. You up here can be linked to this and then pulled. This is going to be a lava reservoir, yes. Is it going to be the lava reservoir? Well, it's going to be where I make sand into glass. So, sure. I don't know if that necessarily means it'll be the reservoir, but it's certainly a reservoir. What exactly are we sacrificing to or for on behalf of? I must know. The other thing is I need to figure out how I'm going to do bedrooms in this fort. Whatever the god of volcanoes is called. Let's see what gods we worship. Temple. All right, so the god Ukang, 2 worshippers, is the god of longevity. We got the god of games, which is Gamsit, which I remember from previous fort. The devil of witches, which is the god of murder. Okay. Thurleth, which is the god of rivers and fish. Lun, which is the god of the sky. We've got the god of order and duty, the god of fortresses. The god of jewels, named Daros. Nish, who I think, is the most popular god, who my 7 starters all worshipped, who's the god of wealth and trade. We've got Osud, who's the god of death and suicide. We've got the god of Nellis Coppergold's the crescent of something, is the god of mountains, caverns, earth, volcanoes, and fire. So maybe that. Nellis Coppergold's. There's the god of jewels. God of fortress. Okay. So maybe Nellis Coppergold's. Praise Nellis Coppergold's, god of fire. Flamey may he reign. I'm just going to go down into here and plop a magma forge right there, just so nothing steals my anvil. We got giant wrens on the map, which is kind of spooky. God of geothermal. This is an odd embark. How is this a weird embark? It's a volcano in the jungle. The mighty jungle. Because the lion sleeps tonight. What's weird about it? You're an odd embark. There. Speaking of embarks, we've got more Mayagnins. Got Esmil the Engraver, okay. We got a cook. Cool. How about you? You're a weaponsmith. You're going to be very sad here. Hi, Master Weaponsmithy. Bring his pet duck and his pet dog. And a brewer. All right. Member of the Ivory Sect. Everybody likes that god of wealth. Tisk. Just like Earth. But he worships the wealthy. I think I need a drink, but I can control myself. Oh. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. I mean, like, you're a dwarf. Go get a drink. An adequate surgeon. Okay. Burb again? All right. We'll see you later again. Yeah, it's a jungle volcano embark. I don't know. I don't see what's odd about it. What's odd about it? Super normal volcano. My question is, what caused the statement of this is an odd embark in the first place? I'm genuinely curious. What do you think is odd about it? Imagine someone invents Dwarven Mormonism. What would that look like? I still have to maintain my favorite, like, form of Mormonism in media is in The Expanse. With their, like, escape ship where they're all leaving. Like, maybe it's culturally insensitive for me to just point and go, at Mormons, but that's just, it's way too funny. Like, just way too goddamn funny. No, there's a weird hollow spire above it. I mean, it's actually not that unrealistic of a volcano. Like, there are quite a few volcanoes like that, where it's just like a hole in the ground. You live very near where they jailed and killed Joseph Smith. Very successful scam artist. Okay. Oh, there we go. Now we're getting mango wine. You're also getting your whipvine wine. We're getting whip wine as well as your mango wine. Let's start making rock pots, me think. Once we get all this crap out of here. Do you think the Mormon Church acknowledged that reference in The Expanse, really? In the guise of free English lessons? Yeah, they don't really, like, hide it here. It's impossible to, like, take public transit without encountering them here. Fortunately, they're not legally allowed to talk to you. Unless you talk to them, so you just walk past them. I kind of feel bad for a lot of people in the Mormon Church, though. It's like some of the most successful religious guilt tripping in existence, and that stuff sucks. You almost felt bad for them, but it was such a good bit. Probably gonna kill them anyways. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how bad. I feel like everybody in The Expanse is just kind of periodically getting screwed over, so yeah, I don't know if I feel bad for them. Not in The Expanse, anyway. In real life, I certainly do, but... Well, I feel bad for Catholics as well. It's like... Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to feel bad for people who are willingly part of a thing, though. There's a lot... As I understand it, I don't know, I'm not Mormon, but as I understand it, the Mormon Church is a much more difficult thing to get out of. So we have custard apple. Custard apple, we've got mango wine, pineapple wine. Oof. All these fancy drinks, man. Place seems delicious. Okay, then up here, I can just seal this off. Kind of just want to go along here, seal all of this off, but this is going to be hard to fill up without accidentally flooding the fort. So, what could possibly go wrong? Okay, so this right here needs to be dug out. So the question be, how do I get a dwarf up to there? Easily enough. Sometimes everyone in your family refuses to talk to you anymore, except invite you back. God. Yeah, no, I vaguely know people who've been through that, and it kind of disturbs me a little bit. I call the, like, Mormon Church a cult relatively frequently. but they're not even close to a cult compared to the Church of Scientology. Like, they definitely have cult tendencies, but wow. Compared to Scientology, not even close. Like an order of magnitudes of cultishness of difference there. Okay, so that was 3. I just need 2. 2 blocks. I'm not gonna lie. When I'm not able to stream for a little bit, I suddenly feel really bad at streaming when I come back. I feel like I'm doing a terrible job. I don't know what it is. It's like I feel rusty, like I'm out of practice. Yeah, I think I am, but like it doesn't feel like I am. Which I know is like a weird thing to say, but okay, so once that's done, I can now do this. I'm gonna dig this out and then we'll put a wall piece there. And then I just pull this lever. You're becoming normal when not doing it for views for a few days? You know, it's really funny when people kind of at me and go like, oh, all you do is for profit and views. It's like, if that's the case, I'm really bad at that. But I suppose. All right. Let's go pull this lever. I was half expecting to jump down there and just see like a child in there. Lava flow, let it flow. Okay, so now we just need to wait for this thing to fill up. And I have to stare at it so I can pull the lever in time so that it doesn't overfill up. And if it overfills, then, well, we have a problem. And I need to unbreak it. But so far, so good. Well, thank you, Riley. I'm glad my stream is as good as it always is, which means mediocre decent. We'll take it. Shippable. Is what I call it. Minimum viable product. Now you're filling it by spout like a sink? Yeah, I mean, I could do it significantly safer, but like, where's the fun in that? I'm gonna jump up to the surface and we're gonna go harvest some more plants. I'm also going to increase the size of this. As long as we're not pissing off the wildlife, we're okay. And can just do that. See, gather plants. Look at that. And look at all these glass making demonstrations. I'm sure everybody's very happy about this. And everybody also wants to pray to their god. But like, you know, that's we're getting lessons, okay? It's very important that you learn the ways of making glass because it's literally all we got, guys. MVP means most valuable professional. I know that that VIP means very important person. I've never, and MVP means most valuable person. But I've never heard most valuable professional. I like it as minimum viable product. You know, like my body doesn't work properly in most ways, so I am a minimum viable product, creating a minimum viable product. It's fine. It's just, it's viable. We're here. We're doing the thing. It's getting done. Does it look super shiny? No, but like, it's getting done. Am I the most professional streamer ever? I mean, I make do. Like, it's always actually kind of funny to me when I see photos of people's desks and they're like, I just started streaming, and it's like, you have a more fancy setup than I do. And I've been doing this for 10 years. Define professional. Paid for the work they do. I'm pretty sure that is like the definition of professional, isn't it? Oh, I mean, I know I'm a professional at my job. However, behind the scenes, very held together with staples. How? Oh. Right. Glass is a craft. We need a craft Dwarf skilled. Well, I'm sure we can make that happen. I mean, one could be a professional scammer. Like, being a fraudster is a career path, a dumb one, but it's a career path. Not one that I would dedicate any time to, but, I mean, plenty of people do, I think. Also, chat room, I would just like to remind everybody, Path of Acra released on Steam today. 'Tis a video game you should go try. It's very cheap, and it's very good. As I sit here and stare at this lava as it fills. Hey, chat, watch this lava and make sure it doesn't overflow for me, yeah? I'll be right back. We good? Got it? We're fine? Okay, sweet. It's going to overflow, right? I mean, no. Okay, so... let's pull the lever. The kid should move. I mean, it's warm. Kiddo's just playing make-believe. Don't bother trying to play with my emotions, kid says. See? All right, well, we should be good. Speaking of good, all of the dwarves over here are, you know, training in glass making. And we need bedrooms. And apparently I need a craft dwarf skilled. So, it begins. Pulling the lever can take a bit of time. Yeah, I'll probably top it off a little bit. I mean, this works right now, so it's good. I use an autonomous, like, chair that I don't recommend, so that's why I don't ever mention what kind of chair I use. It's too expensive and not well enough made for what it is. But I got it very deep on sale. It was like 70% off or something. So I got a $150 chair that's a $600 chair that should actually be like a $150 chair. So I don't recommend it, is what I'll say. Does it have butt protraction? Well, it holds my butt and tries to make me sit up straight. It doesn't really work all the time. Trying to decide where I should put a... Would I give it a Steam recommended? No, because it's broken in enough weird ways that aren't really fixable that I go, mm-mm. Mm-mm. It's basically just like a knockoff Herman Miller. Fortunately, it is comfy, so, but it's just not a very good chair. All right, let's do that. I think. I don't really... Chat, do I make this into a loop? Yes or no? What do you think? What I was originally planning on doing was actually making this go underneath and then pop back out on the other side and then do something on this side. And then maybe loop. Like maybe I can make this loop around and go under, but yeah, let's just make it go underneath. It's mostly just aesthetics. It's got nothing really to do with an upside and downside here. But loop if you want it done sooner. I mean, what I need to do right now is figure out where we're going to start doing bedrooms. I think this might be another, like, stair one layer down, 4 bedrooms connected to this kind of deal fort. Probably how we're going to do bedrooms, so we need to start doing bedrooms, like, now, so that we don't start getting upset. We also need a front door, like, bad. So... I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a drawbridge like right here. In here. And this drawbridge is going to be hooked up in an area where I can very easily pop it up if I need it. Bedrooms should be lava adjacent for warmth. Trying to think how I would make them brightened. That I think is maybe a more complicated idea than you think it is, Diamond. Although what I am going to do is I'm going to go up here, and I'm going to go... Sand! There. You're ambivalent to lava bedrooms? I think the bedrooms being surrounded by lava is a neat idea, but I don't think they need to surround the volcano. If that makes any sense. Because I can move lava to places, that's not a problem. So, if we think about it in that context, it becomes a lot easier to just be like, oh, well, you know, the volcano itself can absolutely be used to heat up bedrooms later down the line, but we don't necessarily need, you know, all of the bits of the lava to be warming things up right now. We can do that in the future very easily. So, I don't know. I also don't like the way that looks. That looks ugly. Let's make a guild hall in here. Maybe move the Dwarf guild to where the glass guild is right now and make this into the glassmakers guild. Do it that way. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. Just gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna go up to here and I'm going to remove that. And the silky satins is my glassmaker's hall. I'm going to go and find me my craft guild, that one, which is the Theater of Laboring. Huh, it's a good name. I like it. That one won't be as public. This one is going to become public again, though. And then I will accept it. Done. Easy. Happy. Wacko. Wait, when did the second one happen? Diamond? Like, if we're starting the 3.0, where was 2? We've only done 1. Labor as a show. Well, I mean, Labor as a show has existed since History Channel. I'll have you know. There we go, and now they're demanding a Glassmakers Guild. Excellent. Now I can retroactively satisfy the thing I already had satisfied. By satisfying it. Do. My memory was wiped from my protection. From what? Boredom? Because that's the only thing I was threatened with in that, but okay. I just think that's very funny. It's just like, it's Long Death 3.0. It's like, but where was the second one? Gabe took 2? Gabe can't count to 3. That's not how that works. I don't think any world would be good to be isekai to, because, mate, I got a job to do over here in this one, and being teleported into another world just seems awful, regardless of the context. Also, I don't want to live in the Dwarf Fortress universe. Nothing about it seems good to me. Like, Earth seems pretty bad right now, but man, you could do so much worse. Also, we're in an ad break, so I'm just gonna do this. And wait. I'm glad you like my designs. Walker Loco. I'd make such a living as a bridge/trap engineer. Okay, but like, counterpoint. Armok, destroy world whenever Armok get bored. No, leftover pad. Second counterpoint. Dwarves aren't paid. They are given free booze and free food. And I don't think that they have much in the way of diabetes healthcare accessibility. So I would have like 2 years of high blood sugar and then I would die. I'm good. I'll stay here on Earth. Thanks. Also, when the next patch comes out, the world would probably get deleted. Or like, you know, scrambled or reset or something. That doesn't seem good either. Every now and again you get like some new pants. Nothing about that seems any good. Besides, the only isekai that's worth isekaiing about is the original, which is a Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's court. Quality book. I don't know, probably very problematic these days. I haven't read it in a while, but... The original isekai. What's up, Sean enjoys bacon? You miss Breaking Ground? Well, you gotta tune in like 3 hours earlier. I took this long to start digging in the fort. I think chat might actually get mad at me. Chat has a lot of tolerance for how long it takes me to build forts, but I feel like if I was doing a new fort day and I hadn't started the actual fort itself until like 1 p.m. my time, I feel like chat would be really upset with me. Unrelated to anything. The stream is going very slowly. I don't know if you guys ever have this, but the Armored Company, there we go. I don't know if you guys ever have this, but like sometimes work days take longer than others. Today's going really slowly, and I don't know why. A little odd. Weird. I need to go make booze. Just no digging. Pretty much, yep. We'll see you later, Dulkin. You prefer reverse isekai stuff, so like Bill and Ted? Sometimes Times just decides to be molasses. It's that kind of day. I think streaming with a, like, even a cold that's almost over is kind of like that. Because that's kind of just me right now. So I have a cold that's kind of mostly almost over. However, the problem is because it's a cold that's kind of mostly almost over, I still have, like, the problem of slight headache, kind of hard to speak properly, and it's just ever existing is annoying. I guess, you know, honestly, as somebody who does not care about anime genre conventions whatsoever, I will simply say yes. Secret person, because I don't care. So, obviously. That's fine. Now up here, we're gonna go back and install a bridge. That obsidian bridge in there. And then start building bedrooms. But the important question is, do I make them a particular shape or not? Is this going to be one of the forts where I make pattern bedrooms? Or is this going to be one of the forts where I make every bedroom different? I think this is going to be a pattern bedroom fort, chat. It's going to be a pattern bedroom fort. Between layer forts tend to make sense as pattern forts. Yeah. Okay, so what I'm thinking is stairs going up, and then eventually this will get glass over top of it, and then we'll do another layer of bedrooms going along the back there, which will be fine. So let's do this. And let them go build things. Get to it, dwarfs. Get to it. Satisfied? Guess so. But I will throw some more tables and chairs in. And we are currently not brewing anything, so let's start brewing from plant. And I'm also going to go over here, and I'm going to make a crafts dwarf shop, and I'm going to do a few things. I'm going to just say rock mug and rock pot. The mugs are just going to leave on 10, and the pots, we're going to make them obsidian. And I'm going to just do, maybe not 100, but let's do 80. Get to it, dwarves. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go grab these. Workshop, and I'm gonna go up to here. And Kubok, the weaponsmith, has been possessed, which is a good sign. Which means we're gonna get a copper artifact, I guess, because that's literally the only metal I have in the fort. but beelines directly to one of the only functional workshops in the entire fort. The High Crusade is about an English baron who steals a UFO and then goes to help in the war against France. You say old sci-fi was wild. I think you mean old sci-fi was good. That's what I think you mean with that statement, right? There you go, copper bars. What, the zombie that was putting cucumbers in his bedroom? Yeah, that was kind of sad. I kind of miss Eurus. That was honestly when that fort ended for me, was when Eurus died. It was a bit of a shame. Okay. Wait a second. No, you dream of mastering a skill, hey? Well, we're getting an artifact something or another made out of that stuff. Copper. And if I go into here, just draw an obsidian line. Because I'm going to have tons of it. Tons of it. Those will be bedrooms. Invincible copper. Yep. The next thing I got to do is I got to go into furnaces, and we're going to go magma glass furnace. Actually, we're just going to do it this way. Now you might notice, blind, you're placing magma glass furnaces not on magma. Yeah, because they're going to collect sand. That's why. And you are going to process plants, which I don't have any to process, which sucks. Instead, you are going to milk animal, make cheese, and shear animal, and spin thread. You want your money back? There is no metal on the Simbark. I maybe brought some copper. Also, what money? The dollar that you've given me? Or the various dollars, probably, that you've given me over the years? A copper warhammer, even. The weaponsmith has created Fothorinur Dag Uns, a copper warhammer, and offers it to the hot sparks. Okay. I need to make pedestal.
Crypt wave.
Crypt wave? Really? Thanks for the 17th month. It's good to have you. It's greatly appreciated. Thanks for swinging by. For a 17th time, my friend.
Hi Blind, thanks for existing these past 6 months, 1 week.
6 months and 1 week. Thanks for clicking that resub button the number of times that you have. Bragging. Appreciate you. And then along here, we're going to do door. Ran out of doors very quick. Rock door. 20. Obsidian. Why did you climb out, Dwarf? You could have just walked up the stairs. I mean, if you insist. Swag, what kind of dwarf do you want? Here, chat room, can I get a big round of beers for those resubs? It's a very small round of beers you posted. We can get a bigger round of beers. I have faith. Also, Swag, what kind of dwarf? What kind of dwarf? We have several dwarf. Just don't pick dwarf that already picked. The weaponsmith. Is this fun? Thumbs up? Okay. So this is Swagaxit. Swag is concerned only with matters practical to the current... Let's try this again. He's concerned only with matters practical to the situation at hand, with absolutely no inclination towards abstract discussion. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He is brave in the face of imminent danger, and he tries to do things correctly each time. Occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand and is rarely happy or enthusiastic. He is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He doesn't focus on material goods, is a friendly individual, and is moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world, is curious and eager to learn, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of skill mastery, and personally is greatly disturbed by quiet, a peaceful existence. He likes alunite, bismuth bronze, lapis lazuli, clear glass, and the color eggplant. Traction benches reindeer for their large herds, in the words of the lark of cavorting. I don't know. And the sight of the poetry of mothers, and when possible, prefers to consume anchovy, parsnip plants, and Canwa beer, and absolutely hates cave spiders. And he's got a pet duck and a pet pup. Makes a legendary warhammer? I mean, don't we all? I mean, it's just a plain warhammer. It's a very dwarfy artifact, if nothing else. It's also a good dwarf name, though. Swagax. Anyway, how you doing, Peregrine? Swaghammer. Swagax, do I have to change your name to Swaghammer? I will if you want. It's up to you. Swaghammer opens for MC Hammer. Pretty cool artifact to start off with, though. Here, I was expecting it to be glass. Okay, so let's see if I can collect sand. Right. So, because these are magma furnaces, I can only do sand this way. You know, I don't actually want to make these timed. Let's make these one-time orders. We'll see if they start canceling, which they probably will. Let's jump up to the surface. Is there any cotton or anything I can use as paper? I don't think. Bonk. I do, in fact, have thread, though. And wool, apparently. There's new sprite slabs for the Secrets of Life and Death. I think I've seen those. Yeah, they look nice, if they're the ones I'm thinking of. Okay, I need a lever room. And also I need probably offices and such. So I think I'm actually just going to make a little lever room right there. You know, actually, now that you mention it, that does sound pretty good, Althane. Yeah, sure. Okay, so Swagax is now Swaghammer. There you go, Swaghammer. It's just a good name and it fits. Got more glass makers. I have a feeling they're going to immediately just be like, nope, cannot collect sand, but we'll see. We will see. And also we need to start making rock blocks again. I really don't want to just do them up here. Also, this is a bad location for this anyway, so I'm going to go down here and I'm going to plop you there. as I place more tables. And also go into here and then place a loom. And right next to the loom, I'm going to make a clothes shop. When does mud happen? After water happen. Did stream just die for anyone else? I didn't even drop a frame. Did you get an error? Oh, interesting. Apparently we have webs in the vicinity. Let's just do cloth bag. We'll do 10 of them. Not 10. 5? 5 of them. Also gonna need to make a kitchen. Oh, I'm probably just actually out of barrels. What? Hold on a second. Oh, I know what's going on here. I'm like, why stuff no get done? Because apparently I absent-mindedly removed a dude's office, my manager, and then absent-mindedly forgot to give them their office back. So, whoops. Let's give you your office back now, duder. So that you can, you know, do your job. That would be useful. Sitting here going like, why are none of my jobs getting started? Yeah, I mean, numbers didn't stutter. But, you know. Also, that game that I like passively mentioned for a second that released out of early access today is a game called Path of Acra. Path of Acra is a single screen roguelike that I really, really, really enjoy. That's been in early access for a year and released out of early access today. It has overwhelmingly positive reviews and is made by a single developer. It has a free demo and is $7. It's a build crafting game about making builds and then making the whole screen explode by hitting one button. It's very satisfying, very good, and you should buy it if you have the cash/interest in build crafting games. And I will stream some of it later tonight because I like that game a lot. Reticent, thank you very much for the second month with Prime. Welcome back. And it also currently has 200 concurrent players, which makes me happy. It's nice to see that game doing all right. It's also one of those games that, like Dwarf Fortress, struggled to get any kind of like live streamed recognition, and believe it or not, that's how games sell these days. Games that blow up amongst idiots like me are games that do well financially. All right, well, let's throw a office thingies in here. I'm also going to go over here and go to you. Go, oh crap, I need to make more mechanisms. Okay, then. Mechanism, please. There you go, Rayleigh. Hell yeah. Can I type the name in chat? I can link it in chat. Is that better? There you go. Right there. I can also give it to the YouTube folks as well. Okay, so now that we've done that, I think I know why today feels long for me. It's because I feel like it's been difficult for me to keep conversations going today. I wonder why that is. I'd be willing to bet it's probably just that like feeling of like rust that I was talking about earlier, where it's just like if you don't do something for a week, you get rusty at it for a bit. And I think that might actually be all it is that I just feel a little rusty. And because of that, I'm like having a harder time subconsciously keeping conversations going in my brain. Let's just get the expedition leader up in here and maybe the manager. doors along the base there, but obviously those haven't been made yet. I'm also going to throw a second stoneworker in there. I don't take sponsorships. Sponsorships are for, like, smart people. It's not where I was initially going to go with that sentence, but no. I don't take sponsorships. Sponsorships are dumb. And for people who like money. There we go. That's a better sentence. No, this channel is entirely crowdfunded. If you want to give me money, congratulations. You're the only sponsor I have. Otherwise, don't give me money. That's fine. Besides, Ulfsire couldn't afford me. As much as I like Path of Akra, I don't think it's selling or has ever sold well enough in high enough quantities for that developer to be able to afford to sponsor people like me.
These bits are brought to you by bribing you to play more Path of Atra.
Atra? Excuse me, Texas speech lady? What? Yeah, no, I don't take sponsorship money. If you want to go watch people shield for big corps, go nuts. You won't see that here. All right. Well, I still need to figure out how to get stuff underground down here, but I'm going to queue up a kitchen. Let's say fine meal. Repeat monthly. We'll just make a few every month. You're making pots and those mugs, which is good. So now we have mugs in the fort, which is excellent. We have pots in the fort, which is excellent. We're making the bags, which is excellent. And I can go over here and check. Do I have sand? I don't think so. Not just yet. We're working on it. Ansel's construct building. Probably you, right? Found it. We're gonna go along up here. 2, 3. That's all of the beds that are remaining. Go up here, type in bed. Make us another 10. I feel like crap because I was sick the past week, Trevor, and I'm still kind of recovering from it. But aside from that, I'm all right. Yourself? Yeah, it's like there was somebody on the Discord at one point who was just like, obviously sarcastic, right? I'm not going to hold this against them, but they were just like, streamers just using this as an excuse to take time off. And then I saw that and I'm like, God, I wish this was time off. It's like, because I could actually really use a vacation, and I'm very much looking forward to June, which is when I am actually taking a little bit of a vacation. Going away for a couple of days in June. But the funny thing is, getting sick enough that like you almost end up in the hospital and like can't get out of bed. Not a vacation. I mean, how about this, chat? Everybody point at someone over there in chat and say, "You're not funny." And then can we get a round of beers? Because that joke ceased being funny a while ago. I'm funny? Aw, thank you. It's more stare at cars going really speedy, but... What even is that emote? Is that Kirby as a butt? What am I looking at exactly? Why do you have butt Kirby? Also, did they fix my sand bullshit? I think they did. Makes me sad. Okay, fine. No sand it is then. You're going to be buying all of your metal with glass? Why does everybody seem to think I'm going to buy metal? Of course. Well, maybe not with glass necessarily, but because glass isn't that valuable. But like, I've stated this many times in this video game. You don't need metal. Metal's nice. It's good to have. It can be helpful, but you don't need it. There is no metal on this embark, though. Let's say... cloth. We'll just type in cloth. Where are we at for cloth? Okay, so there's brown recluse spider cloth on the surface. Got it. Got it. Makes sense. That's a lot of Kirby emotes. Don't tell Nintendo. Imagine dwarves hoarding all of the metal and only using wood and rocks for everything because metal is too precious. Metal is pretty rare in this world. I'm always a little bit offended when people invoke the words Raid Shadow Legends in my chat. I don't know why. It's just like I'm always a little bit offended when people ask if I'm sponsored to play a game that I genuinely love. It's like whenever I go to play a game that's just not Dwarf Fortress and everybody just assumes that it's a sponsored thing. That, to me, it's just... It shows kind of mask off what the industry that I'm in is like. And I kind of hate it. For a lot of reasons. I find it genuinely kind of depressing. Yep, Arende, exactly. And people think it's hilarious to give them free marketing. And it's like, why would you do that? It's like, what? It's almost like you're letting them win. But, I don't know. I don't know how clearly I need to state this and how loudly I need to state it, but I don't take sponsorships. I don't. I haven't in years, and I probably will never. I don't care if it could make me an extra 50 grand a year. And then to all the people who are just like, but you're leaving money on the table. I don't fucking care. It's fine. There's more where that came from. It's also probably for the best. Okay, there we go. Now we're collecting sand. Are these the same people that think you should make content for the love of it and say and fuck the money? No, that's just your average YouTube weirdo. There's a lot of YouTube commenters out there who just get really mad at you when you talk about money on YouTube and trying to pay rent or, you know, make a living. And they just go, this... Basically, there's a certain type of person whose stance is, it's impossible to make money on YouTube consistently, which isn't true. You will never make money on YouTube consistently, which isn't true. So you should only make exactly the type of content I want, regardless of if it's popular, does well, or anybody watches it. So there is a certain kind of like entitled content watcher stereotype that certainly exists. But I don't know. But those people exist everywhere. Why does everybody want me to play Daggerfall? Is it literally just because it abbreviates to DF and I only just like realized this just now? But I don't know. I don't really have any interest in Daggerfall. But it comes up like once a week. What is it with Daggerfall? Is it just general, like Bethesda fanboy fetishism? Like, I don't understand at all. Old game silly. I mean, okay. How do I feel about RimWorld? I played it a fuckload in early access, and I rapidly started to hate the balancing as it developed, and by the time it hit 1.0, I never wanted to play it again. But I have thousands of hours in it. How do I feel about it? It's fine. It's not a game I want to play. Play Arena instead? I mean, I think my suspicion with Daggerfall is that it is a game that a generation of people basically didn't realize existed until Daggerfall Unity came out. It's like, I played Daggerfall, like, years ago on a DOS computer, and have absolutely no interest in playing it again. Like, I'm good. I could play, like, some modern dungeon crawlers that are pretty cool, but no one would want to watch that, so... I don't know if I would describe it as pain, but I would describe Skyrim as pain. Honestly, the reason I'm never going to play Daggerfall on stream is because I don't want my chat to be full of Bethesda memes, because I just don't care. I just don't care. No. Divinity Original Sin wouldn't run on DOS, but weren't they making Divinity games back then? Like, Dawn of Divinity or whatever the hell? Dark Divinity? Dead Divinity? God damn it, Divinity. Pretty sure they were making Divinity games that almost that far back. It's less of a game and more of a platform. Yeah, I don't know. I just... as somebody who works in the games industry adjacently, in the kind of... I love it when people are like, he thinks he's an influencer. It's literally the only, like, identifier for what I do as a job, regardless of how famous I am. Fuck off. Anyway, sorry. There's a certain type of person out there. But if from the influencer space... I work adjacently with video games, right? And I know how games are made to a degree. And I know enough about how this industry works to know that one person's design doesn't fucking mean shit. And just seeing everybody like meme on Todd Howard. Bethesda is a studio that just makes bad games. And when the poor people who play those games realize this, people will finally be at peace. And I kind of actually feel bad. Like, I don't like the constant mockery of a dude who's just, he works there and is the face of it and is a bad game designer probably, but they have a bad engine, a bad game designer, bad tech, bad a lot of things, and most of what makes their games bad isn't stuff Todd really has any effect over. Was it 2001? Okay, so it was later than I thought. I thought they started like 94, 93, but... What I want to know is if Bethesda made a very high quality remake of Morrowind, but in the way that like Microsoft remade Age of Empires 1, where they take the whole engine, rebuild it, and then release new content for that game, I want to know how well that would sell. Because I've heard some people, like, basically be not downers, but naysayers on the popularity of Morrowind in the current year. I have this weird feeling it would just sell millions. If they just suddenly put out an expansion pack or something. Like, just make that game run well again on modern systems without the need for mods, and then just release an expansion pack. I genuinely wonder how it would do. Hot pancakes, you say? I love hot pancakes. I'll take 2. Easy on the syrup, though, please. Extra butter. The gameplay part of the game is not that bad. It's the writing that's horrendous. I would argue the gameplay part of their games is pretty bad, but you can defend it if you want, I suppose. All right. The creation of our glass begins. I'm actually just going to do a thing that I almost never recommend you do, chat, which is, you see this collect sand? You see this make glass blocks job? 0. And then 0. This just makes them repeat infinitely. So they are going to make glass blocks infinitely. Many people love Morrowind. There's no way it's gonna happen. Yeah, I'm not too doubtful that it will. But you also need to remember that Bethesda doesn't own Bethesda anymore. Microsoft does. I mean, here's the thing. If I was Phil Spencer right now, well, one, I probably wouldn't have shut down Arcane Austin, but assuming I had the money to not. If I was Microsoft, I'd be like, hey, Obsidian, guys want to make a Fallout? And I'd be like, hey, guys over at, I don't know, somebody who's good at remastering things, remake this engine for Morrowind. Or maybe, hey, New Blood guys, you want some money? Rebuild Morrowind for us. I mean, Fallout 76? Boom, boom. Oh, they were hyping it? It cost a lot of money, man. Here's the thing. If you spent like $500 on something and you have no way of refunding it, and then you realize that the thing is kind of shit when it gets home, but you have no way of refunding it and you're not legally allowed to throw it out. If you're in that situation, would you at least try and convince yourself it's good? Because that's kind of what happened. Still, to me, one of the funniest quotes ever out of a gaming executive is Phil Spencer saying, the most important RPG of the decade in a world where, referring to Starfield, in a world where Baldur's Gate 3 just released. God, that shit's so funny to me. In a pure obsidian bedroom? I'm starting to regret it for the sake of my eyes, but I'm glad you like it. Starfield is just empty? Exactly. Okay. In order for a thing to be a good platform for mods, in order for a thing to be a decent platform for mods, the platform has to be good in the first place. Got a bunch of metal crafters arriving. I'm a little bit worried the game's gonna be like, make a metal crafters guild, and then I'll be like, because I keep getting these metal crafters, and I'm not totally thrilled about this. Speaking of metal crafters, I think it was Darius, right? You seemed like, yeah, this dwarf seems like a really good militia commander. So let's see if we can start building squads. And I'm just gonna set them to be, you know, there is part of me right now that's suddenly very tempted to just be like, what if we just made wooden crossbows and wooden bolts and just gave them all wood? Wouldn't that be fun? Wouldn't that be fun, chat? Crafts of influencing. What do I name your squad, Darius? I haven't, also for clarity here, I haven't played Starfield and have no intention to, so. Wooden lava, you don't know, boss. No, the idea is to make the enemy fall into the lava. The dwarf, if the dwarf go in lava, dwarf dead. That's expected. Does crossbow material matter? No, not really. Outside of, like, accessibility of materials and dwarven preference, no, not really. I'm gonna slowly start adding in more magma furnaces. And we are going to begin making glass. So I have a question. What should I prioritize, chat? Indoor glass or glass dome over volcano? What should I prioritize? I'm sitting here thinking probably indoor glass, right? But chat's gonna be like, glass dome above volcano, duh. You big dummy. Naturally. Okay, well, in that case, since chat has all of the right responses and I know what they are before I even ask, it's obviously gonna be volcano, right? Indoor then dome. Shh. Volcano. God damn it. We're doing both. This is such a cool volcano in bar. It is neat, isn't it? Maybe even a glass guardrail? Guardrail? Why would you say such an offensive thing? I'm disturbed by your thought of the need for safety. Huh. Gosh. What a human thought. I don't know where to go with this beyond what I've already said. SMH guardrail. Exactly, right? Come on. Come on. Although, chat, can we pour one out for Tango Gameworks? Because I don't think they deserve to be shut down by Microsoft. That was the actual, like, game studio shutdown that they just did that has shocked me a little bit. I did not expect Tango Gameworks to go away. I kind of thought they would stick around. Anyway, apparently I'm supposed to be making booze. It's fine. Oh, actually, I think I know probably what happened. It's likely they cooked it all. Also, I can probably stop making pots. I think we've got enough. Yeah, that's plenty. There we go. Custard apple booze. Whipvine wine. Get her going, Dwarfs. If you were making an emo dwarf fort, this would be it. What, everything black? Just everything is black. I mean, I guess it kind of checks out. I see where you're coming from. But it's kind of lacking in studs right now. There's not enough romancing chemicals, and I'm not scared of teenagers just yet, so. Even though they do scare the living shit out of me. Make more menacing spikes then. Working on it. Got a lot of glass coming in too. I just realized that last migrant wave literally had 2 migrants. We went from 21 dwarves to 23. We're also getting close to trading time just soonish again. And then back here I can do, you know, another round of bedrooms. And then I can go over to here. Sweet. Starting to get food coma. Means you ate too much. Hopefully it was good food, though. You're looking at one stud right now? Uh-huh. Go on. It's really weird getting compliments on the internet as some dude who never did. Never really has. I will say, it is very difficult for me to just stare at obsidian all the time. Let's just make 250 rock blocks. And we can make those bedrooms easier. Your oldest is about to be a teenager and scares the ever-living shit out of you. I mean, that is the only My Chemical Romance song I like. Just teenagers. Just because of how funny it is to me. It's the only MCR lyrics I really relate to, if you will. Okay, so I need another hotkey. I need one to jump me up here. But basically, we're just going to sit here and go, why are you not... Oh, I know why that's not going down. It's because I can't get to it. Well, that explains that. Can you get to that? Oh, no, you can't because of the tree. Huh. Okay. How about we do this? And then... these. Well, actually, just that. Any tricks to guild halls working? You've only gone 3-ish years, twice now, but you try to get a doctor's with that guild hall, but no activity. It needs to have high enough value for them to actually be able to form a guild, right? That's something that I think some people miss. Holy shit.
OWO.
Why'd you gotta go and do that? Well, thank you for the $100, man. Yeah, that is the highest cheer badge, I think, or emote that you can unlock. I don't think I have a higher one. Anyways, what just happened? Suited Giraffe gave me $100, which fires my laser. Which was a decision I made a very, 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 very long time ago. The decision of that being, you know, I'm a firing my laser. 100% blind IRL paywalls. You know what's funny is whenever people unlock the last one, it allows me to get a new one, which I've just never done because the only people that high up are Hobo and Animal. And I've always felt bad about those things because I always thought those things were stupid, which is why I made them literal brick walls. So, yeah. I don't know, man. I'm like just kind of at a loss at this exact second. So, I'm gonna give Black Rose Bronwyn a subscription. If anybody wants to try and hype train that. Just saying. Thank you very much for the absurd number of bits today. Suited. Can they get rid of this tree, please? I really want this tree gone. Who is my woodcutter? Stormwolf, you're fired. You're no longer the woodcutter of the fort. No, unwoodcutter you and give it to somebody else. So that hopefully they go woodcutter that. Go cutter that wooder. Downer. Please. Thanks. Now.
Train?
There you go. Thanks, Elfie. Thanks, Cashmere. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Thank you so much, dude. Did you really go pick up that axe and then just like...
Another drop in the bucket.
Grr. Because I don't think you just went and did that. Esm. Go. Yep. Really, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. Yeah, I don't even chat. I don't know what's going on today. Also, why is this dwarf not chopped down tree? I am mildly frustrated. By mildly frustrated, I mean actually like kind of really frustrated. Why do they know tree chop down? We need tree gone. We can mine around it. I'm not a Bethesda hater. I'm a Bethesda indifference of the existence of her. Does that make sense as a sentence in the English language? Because I don't think it does. But we'll go with it. You owed $3 to the IRS? Wait, why? Did you underpay your taxes by $3? An animal trainer guild hall take off, but not the doctors. So in order for a guild hall to take off, you need to have more than 10 dwarves with that skill, right? In order for it to work functionally. Section of cavern is collapsed. Well, apparently something collapsed, but nobody's dead, I don't think. So anyway, we got rid of the tree now, so that's good. And start bringing this stuff down. But at the very least, we finally figured it out. Somehow. Can they even get there now? Apparently they can. Okay. Then this can go away, because that's not even remotely confusing. Are we flattening a mountain? I am evening out the top of a volcano so that I can make a glass dome over it. More evening it out, less flattening. Although I might end up just flattening it, I don't know. The plan is to kind of even it out. You think the voice is broken, you can't hear the call out of names. Because I have had it turned off for... 1, 2, 3... Well... Since December 2022, I have not had text-to-speech for subscriptions, and I think Diamond only just noticed. Quite literally, like, I've intentionally disabled it, and I've had it disabled for a very long time. And the reason I've done this is because, well, a lot of people started subscribing back then, and it's like, I'm not gonna just, you know, have that running the whole time. Neezer, what kind of Dwarfish do you want us? If you have particular Dwarfists of your preference, please do let me know. Glassmaking seemed beneficial. I mean, it is the #1 job to be jobbing in this location of job havers. Except for these two, apparently. Well, let's give those back. Same these. Let's see. Which one do you want? Those are my currently glass-employed makers. I'm gonna jobbing that jobs then. Okay, bearded. Does, like, toolbar work? The thing is, I'm like, trying to give it to you guys and be like, which one do you want? You just pick one. And you're just like, beard. Oh, all right, fine, then I'll choose one then. Easier. Just looking for non-beginner info. Okay. You know a lot. You're just asking about the Guildhall quirk you had. There's some weirdness that you hadn't run into yet. I guess I'm not entirely sure what the quirk you had was, Ollie. But I'm also not reading all of YouTube chat, so... if you're asking why they're not populating a particular Guildhall, it's because that's not the one they want to populate. They go where other people are if you have a bunch of public Guildhalls. Or they can only go into that Guildhall if they already have skills in that job. And I'm not sure what exactly the issue was. You just accidentally deleted a world save and you were wondering if there's any way to recover the files. You'd have, like, did you click delete within the game? No, there's no way to recover it. Did you click and drag it into a recycle bin? You can get it out of your recycle bin, but that's about it. But if you deleted it in game, it's gone, dude. It's dead, Jim. Chat room, thank you very much for the hype train. Greatly appreciate it. Chat, can I get a huge round of beers? Thank you for the hype train. Seriously, I don't know what's going on today. It's like I feel completely off right now, and I felt off yesterday. I don't feel like I'm doing a good job. Like, everything about this feels bad. It's hard to explain. I don't know why. But, like, the day is taking a really long time. Brain is slow. I feel like I'm doing a bad job reading chat. I feel like I'm doing a bad job comprehending chat, which is worse. And yet you guys are throwing piles of money at me, and I don't know how to deal with it. So thank you. Anyway. No, they don't. There is no reason for chat to overpay me for a job that I do. He has an overinflated sense of self-worth. This is Neezer, not me. I mean, maybe I do. I don't know. He is an optimist. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, is very rarely is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this. He values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He is quite polite and is grateful when others help him out. Also, I need to do a thing real quick. Let's just pop in here, go to labor, go to the kitchen screen. Let's go through this until we hit drinks and say, don't cook them! Christ. Sorry. And then I will go back to this dwarf and say... He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, is rarely happy, enthusiastic, and is conflicted by this. He values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He is quite polite, and he is grateful when others help him out. He tries to return favors, and his hands begin moving when he's exasperated, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions. He does not really value skills related to fighting. He likes marble, steel, and pink tourmaline, and green giant aardvark leather in the color plum, and when possible prefers to consume a giant lizard, plum wine, rice flour, and absolutely hates leeches. I would not like you to give me a hug. Thank you for the offer, though, Bastet. Is my BS levels off normal? What do you mean? What are my normal BS levels? Oh, blood sugar. No, I'm fine. Or not. Yeah, I was thinking bullshit. I was like, what's a bullshit level? No, what would that have to do with anything? No, my blood sugar is fine currently. You were thinking other... I'm glad I wasn't the only one who was thinking other BS. Misery loves company. That's a way of putting it. I mean, they were for like a week, but that's because I was sick, which is also partially why I couldn't get out of bed. But yeah, I don't know. Regardless of how things are, I do feel off. So, is what it is. Ain't too much more I can say about that. I just feel off, and I feel like I'm doing a bad job. I don't know. No, I don't know. I think for me, part of why I feel off is I put a fuckload of work into adventure mode stuff in a very, 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 very short period of time. And the beta was, you know, or it is what it is, right? It was significantly less completed than I think a lot of people were expecting, myself included. So I mentally prepped and built towards making a lot of tutorials in a short period of time, and it wasn't even remotely worth it. Like, it was the opposite of worth it, even. And, well, I'm glad the tutorials exist now, and they're helpful for a lot of people. I wasn't even able to finish what I wanted to build, because, like, you know, I didn't have, like, the mechanics aren't in the game yet for a lot of things I want to tutorialize. So it's been a very, very, very frustrating 2 weeks, followed by then me just getting really sick and basically all of that momentum dying. So I'm just like in a really, 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 really. No, it's not that it's dry, right? Like I was expecting it to be what it is, right? I know what adventure mode is because I've played it, but I was hoping to be able to actually tutorialize the entirety of it. But can't. So that's not even what I'm trying to verbalize here. What adventure mode is irrelevant. The actual completeness of the mode versus what it's been in the past is the surprise there. What were people expecting? Exactly what they could play for free in older versions. That's what people were expecting, right? And just because not everybody is super absorbed in adventure mode, that's fine. If you don't like it, that's okay. I think it's an extremely compelling mode. And I'm not saying that because I play this game for a living. I'm saying that because I genuinely enjoy the mode. And so I was expecting the beta to be more feature playable than it is. That's what I was expecting. And I did a lot of prep for that. As you would in my space. And all of that excitement that was there that first day just went kaplunk. Because as much as I was expecting it to do that anyway, I was at least expecting to be able to get through and finish making a complete tutorial series for it. So I was just kind of like skimming on a burnout anyway, and then just like slammed into a wall, got sick, couldn't work for a week, and now I'm like slowly surfacing, and it like I don't know. It's like I feel like I'm stuck in a bag of sand. That's how I would describe me right now. But I don't know. I think that calling adventure mode dry is sort of like saying that Battle Brothers is dry. What do you do in Battle Brothers? You walk around, you can sort of trade, and you fight things. The combat in adventure mode is more interesting than it is in Battle Brothers. So I don't understand why people go around saying that it's dry. Is it empty and aimless? Certainly. But dry and boring? I find your lack of imagination concerning, if you feel that way. Okay, what was I going to? I was going to queue something up and I can't remember what it was. Right. Rock pods. But anyway, woe is me. Life sucks. I have bad job as big streamer and I should be... says somebody on the internet. Look at streamer complaining. I'm not. No, not even remotely. I don't describe myself in video game terms. Int. So, no, not even remotely. You were going to bed, but now you're not sure. Go to bed, Diamond. Sleep well. But yeah, that's, I guess, kind of why I feel like I'm doing a bad job right now. Also then kind of, you know, combine it with that weird pressure of people on the internet are mad. Combine it with that, which I definitely have a bit of right now. Okay, let's expand that a little bit. Go over here, and then scroll up. And continue working around the outside. Not sure why that didn't get dug out, but it didn't. You're mad and on the internet who are unrelated. I mean, I don't know. There's plenty of people that are mad that are not on the internet, thankfully. People on the internet are always made. Got it. Happy to help. Means a lot. I don't know. I think there's definitely some space for those molding out there. And for those molding out there. Everybody needs a molding space. A single individual migrant has arrived. Everybody's always super sus of the individual migrants, and I'm always like, it's a migrant. I think it's because vampires used to migrate in by themselves, but they don't really do that anymore from what I can tell. Or haven't done that in a very long time. The carry a dragon in a cage plan failed horrifically, so no. I'm not sure how I can transport dragons. Operation Dragonfire failed horrifically and catastrophically, and I kind of gave up. Did I follow the Kendrick Drake drama? I mean, vaguely enough to know that it's happening, but I don't listen to Kendrick, and I certainly don't listen to Drake. I think Kendrick is a very talented poet. I don't particularly enjoy listening to his music, so I kind of just have no horse in it, I guess. Like, it exists. That's about all I really got, mate. I think that he writes music for a different kind of person than me, generally. Would it be possible? Certainly. Would it be reasonable? No. Because it takes 1,000 years for dragons to hit full size. So if you tame, or if you get a breeding pair of dragons, right, and you make your dragons have 15 babies, they would be extraordinarily weak for a very, 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 very long time. So it's one of those things where in theory it sounds really cool, but in actual practicality it's like, because of the way dragons work in the game, it's a bit redundant. Maybe dragons would be cool to have, though. I guess, like, the long and short of all I have to say about the Drake drama is Drake is a marketing person who pays people money to write songs for him. And, like, Kendrick is a very talented poet who writes songs about things. And so drama between the two of them is basically just two 40-year-old men, one of them paying people to write mean poetry about the other guy, and the other guy writing mean poetry about the other guy. Probably deserved. And I guess that's not really my ideal format of entertainment. I mean, if it works for you, then fucking go nuts, enjoy the music. I listened to Euphoria. It was well written. No, you cannot tame an adult animal in Dwarf Fortress. So it's a rap battle. Kendrick Lamar is a rapper, and Drake is a rapper. Yes. So, yes, it's a rap battle. If you've never written diss rap about somebody you don't know what to say, you and me must have had very, 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 very different lives. If you genuinely can say that about somebody. I have never given enough of a shit to use my creative energy to say something mean to somebody. I just say something mean to somebody and go on with my life. If you feel the need to write poems about it, okay. I guess you don't know what to say then. So, no, I have never written a diss rap about somebody. I've also never written a saran wrap about somebody. Or a parchment wrap. Or a paper wrap. Or a beeswax wrap. Or trying to think of other kinds of wraps. A pita wrap, a lettuce wrap, a tortilla wrap. I've also never written. I have written a gift wrap, or written on a gift wrap for somebody because I didn't have like name cards. I've definitely never written a burrito wrap either. No. Or a bubble wrap. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Has a song called Beef Rap? I'm sure I believe you. I've listened to MF Doom once or twice, but... You know, I wasn't planning to just flatten this whole volcano, but it's kind of turning into that, isn't it? What about chicken wrap? I'm more into turkey wrap, to be honest. Now you want a burrito? Me too, actually. Hey, chat, you want to go get me a burrito? That'd be great. Or if anybody's grabbing burritos, just grab me one while you're at it. Easy on the rice, though. Extra beans. Have I ever written a rap party? No? Careful, blind DoorDash is a thing? No, I'm pretty good at not using DoorDash. I uninstalled the app as well as the Uber Eats app a long time ago, and you know what? Money makes it way easier because I know every single restaurant in the area. I know what that I like anyway, and I know all of the restaurants in the area's prices. And when I look at Uber Eats or Skip the Dishes or any of that crap, it's like, wow, it's 40% more expensive. I'm good. Like, why would I do that when I could literally go get it significantly cheaper? About me getting pizza bombed? People would have to figure out where I live first. Figuring out the building I live in probably isn't that difficult, but the unit number, good luck. You live in Richmond? You don't need to live close by to Uber Eats somebody food. Why Uber Eats harassment happens. That's why you don't use food delivery services? There is a sushi place that offers a discount if you pick up, which is possibly one of the smartest business moves they've ever made. Because the one time I went in there with my dad, or one time not too long ago, me and my dad and another family member were in there getting food, and my brother-in-law, I don't know why I'm saying another family member. Anyway, we were in there getting food, and it was literally just like a wall of people just walking in and out and 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 in and out. None of them were Uber Eats drivers. They were literally all just people picking up food. There's a couple of places that I've seen that do that, but this one's particularly notable because of how successful I've seen it be. Why am I deleting a mountain? Because I'm going to replace it with glass. I'm basically going down to this layer. I think is probably where I'm going to stop. Right around here. I mean, a ziggurat's a pyramid, isn't it? Isn't a ziggurat a pyramid thing? I'm not really making a ziggurat. Also, when I hear the word ziggurat, I have a hard time actually thinking of what a real ziggurat actually is, because to me, ziggurat is a video game about being a wizard. So, I imagine wizard FPS. I don't think about, like, what a ziggurat actually is. So, am I making a ziggurat? No, but that game's great, though. It's a square pyramid? That's okay. Well, I was gonna make a dome. Not a square pyramid. It's where Ziggy Stardust lives. So then where does your rat live? Does Ziggy D still stream PoE? I don't believe I've ever seen Ziggy D streaming PoE. I feel like I've only ever seen him, like, playing random variety stuff. It's like asking me if I still stream RimWorld. But anyway, I guess I'm correct then, based on Null Man's response. I know I rated Ziggy once because he was streaming Dwarfort. Back when it was cool to stream Dwarfort. And there was people aside from me with... Well, there's other people streaming Dwarfort right now. There was people aside from me and the usual suspects streaming Dwarfort. Those were good times. I miss those times. You're building a pump stack, and your dwarves seem to be utterly refusing to build a pump on one level. I have no idea what's blocking it, so I don't know how to clear it if I don't know what's blocking it. Is it inaccessible? Is it like a material issue? I don't know. Okay, so dwarves don't randomly decide they don't want to work. That doesn't happen. Okay? First thing. Second, that's Fractobellum. I don't know. They do what they do. Technically, my stream is 18+. I don't actually understand why people advertise that in their titles. It just makes things look weird to me, but some people do that. Anyway, I don't know. My stream's technically 18+. So, who knows? Just can't seem to diagnose the issue. Yeah, I don't know. I certainly would not be able to give you an answer to your issue. I'll say that much. It looks questionable. Yeah, I think some people think that their streams appear kid-friendly from the outside and want to be very, very clear that it's not. And I don't know. I respect it, but it does kind of look sus. I think it just looks bad, actually. But you won't believe what these dwarves are smelting. It's images of dwarves smiling. Happy dwarves. Bah. I don't know. Why would there need to be a mod for you to share the music that you're listening to while dwarfing around? If you're concerned about sharing links, don't share links. Just simply state the name of the song you're listening to. Tons of hot molten glass. Molten glass in your area. Single dwarves seeking dwarves. Yeah, an adventure mode session where there was a goblin companion's clothes were knocked off in a fight. And wouldn't put them back on. Wouldn't stop flattering the adventurer you were playing with. It's probably because they were too damaged to put them back on. Generally they won't put clothes back on if it's like above tattered. Because it's basically just like falling apart brittle rags. Magma in bio. My normal response is like to say like something these nuts, but I feel like that would just make this discussion worse. Honestly, I would rather be over lava in a standing on a glass floor than over like a massive precipice. But maybe that's just me. I don't know. You're listening to Windrose? I've seen Windrose live and they put on a horrible performance. So I have this very negative association with Windrose in my brain where it's just like, I don't understand why people would listen to a band that puts on such terrible performances, but whatever floats your boat, I suppose. Also that, Dwarven Glass is extraordinarily strong. Although it cannot support a Urist falling at like 50 Urists per second. Because I've definitely had Urists go smack and fly through floors before, including glass. Which I personally think is really funny. Like, something collapses and a Urist just falls through a floor. But it's actually not the Urist that goes through the floor, it's the, like, other floors that are collapsing above it. What was I doing? Right, I was making furnaces, glass. Done. And then I can slowly start deconstructing these ones as these ones start building up. So I need to check you. Your drink from fruit. They really do make those Urists out of tough material, yes. That is true. One of the truest things that's been said in my chat. Green glass blocks. Green glass blocks! Green glass blocks! Rise. More green glass blocks. Now, where are the rest of my dwarfs at? Are they literally all over here? I don't see them, though. Like, I know I only have 24 dwarves right now, but I feel like there should be more over here working right now. Get this stuff done. Speaking of say that 3 times fast, there is this tongue twister I really like, chat. It's a very, very simple sentence, okay? I guarantee you'll all be able to say it the first time, or think you will. Irish wristwatch. Good luck. Because for me, genuinely, that is the hardest tongue twister in existence. Also bring some green glass over here. As we just let this build up. Oh, I see. Most people are gathering plants. That's what's going on. Unique New York? That's also a good one, yeah. Wish wash is very true. Yes. It's what it turns into real fast. What have I done to you? I don't know. But it's something I like to explain to chat because like it's a tongue twister I learned a couple of years ago and it's just stuck around in my brain as like, wow, that is difficult to say. And I try sometimes, and every now and again I'll wake up and like have like, I don't know, a clunk in my throat or something, and like I have to do like a vocal warm up. That is my vocal warm up when I'm trying to wake up. It's Irish wristwatch. It's like, say that clearly. Purple burglar alarm is another one. Yep. The Flavor Flint flavors. Flavor Flint flavors. The flavor. Wow. Okay. That's pretty. That's rough. Never heard of that one. The Flavor Flint flavors. The Flavor Flint flavors. The Flavor Flint. Yep. Nope. Turns into flan real quick, which is delicious. Apparently that's particularly hard for speakers of Scottish. You mean like of Scottish descent? Dwarves have arrived, for it is time to trade. I don't actually know what I will sell them. I guess I have more polished stones. At the very least, last time I had something to sell them. I could sell them, like, pineapple booze. Which, maybe, actually? Maybe I'll sell them pineapple booze. I do have a bunch of obsidian mugs I could sell. You know what? Quill18 would be proud. Let's join the mug economy for a brief moment. And also the rest of these. And then I'm going to go up here and then just be like, make me some mugs. The important question is, why is one of... Oh, actually, probably a dwarf's using it. I was going to say, why is one of my mugs missing? Aaron earned an iron urn. Aaron earned an iron urn. Aaron earned an iron urn. That's not too bad. The one that I practiced mercilessly as a little kid was, well, the how much wood would a woodchuck chuck, which is just easy, but... She sells seashells down by the seashore was one that I got really good at when I was little. No, not really. It's just a perfectly normal fortress, you know? I've never seen a challenge run in my life. We're in an ad break. Hold on. I'm just going to pop a save real quick and go grab my sandwich because I'm hungry. I will be right back.
Flubberdubberdoggadoggies. Sandwich!
Let's take a lovely fruit, this tomato, remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
We will.
Oh, Stormwolf has been taken by a mood of the Fae. So how long until I start demanding stuff to make clear glass, chat? Potential? Probably guaranteed, even. It's raw green glass. At least it's just raw green glass that he wants. Also, Wuggy McWuggy, thank you very much for the 9th month. Welcome back. I don't think there's anything for me to read, so... Curry simmers on the stove. Sorry, curry simmers on the dwarf stove. And very microwave meal worms that wiggle will be caught up. What about ASCII, Alonzo? Okay. Need you to do that sooner. And let's check this. There is much to share. What requests do you have of our merchants? I'm just going to go to stones. Which is... Sup, Unbound Rare? Not much on this end. Just, you know, playing video games on the internet. Cool. And... Tetrahedrite. There we go. And accept that. Oh, wait, actually. Huh! Apparently, closing that window and opening it resets it, I think. Well, that's cool. Feels bad, man. But what's up, Lonzo? What about ASCII? You just said ASCII out of nowhere. What do you want? Do you want to look at this in ASCII? You just... I feel like there's a question in there somewhere, but there isn't. That green glass reminds you of the blob from SS13. You're kind of not wrong. Is there... they better not drop any tools on the glass floor. Yeah, it'll scratch it. Horrible. Dwarf is working furiously. Damn right. Glass artifact incoming. Okay. Let's go up here and up here. And then say... Could sell some very heavy tables, but... Instead, I'm just going to... Wonder if it's even worth buying all of these bars. Just buy the bronze ones. Not the pig iron. Buy the bronze. And let's see, did you bring any coal? You did! You did! I will absolutely take your coal. Because that I might need in the future. And... So I haven't really limited myself in any way in this fort chat. Aside from that, the embark itself has no metal. So I have a question. If I end up with metal, what can I do with it? Open question. What do you think, chat? have acquired some food stuff. Very few types of metal can actually be made into anvils. Well, there's no metal on this map. Rick Arrow. Apologies. The metal, the way I play Dwarf Fortress, I always turn down the scarcity of metals and make it quite scarce. I don't really enjoy the default settings at all. I think that my least favorite change about this version of the game is making everywhere metal the default. But I understand why they did it, to make the game more approachable for new players, but I think it gave people the wrong idea. Not even divine metal? Why would I go for divine metal? The hell? What do you think this is? Endgame? Besides, a lot of divine metal isn't usable by default, and you have to melt it down. The usual result of that is having very little of it. Ew, Aerosmith. Gross. The glassmaker has created Aeromostib green glass bracelet and offers it to the hot spirals. Sorry, thank you very much for the subscription. Appreciate you. Enjoy the ad-free viewing and the emotes. Nope, that's not what I said. I didn't say Aerosmith. I said Arrow Smostib. Very different. Put you in, coach? Alrighty, McWuggy, what Dwarfist do you vanty? Very different. I don't know. You need to get your hearing checked. DF hack is not a must even remotely to play DF. DF hack, asking if DF hack is a must is like saying, is it necessary to use command line to play Skyrim? No. No, it is not. Is it a useful tool? Certainly. But I'm not using it for anything aside from quick saving right now. Any cooks or brewers? I think so. You're hearing checked. You're hearing checked. You happy? Did you hear me that time? Sorry. We have a cook right there. Who's got an axe? How you know he's a very good cook? I say we let him cook even. I need another Mark check. Check 1, 2. Your earrings checked. Yes, you need to check your earrings, because if you don't, there's a pretty good chance they will be in your... I don't know where I'm going with this. In your ear? Fuck, I give up. Check your earrings, chat. We need a cook, though. So, Wuggy McWuggy is this cook. This Esm. Wuggy. Chef Wuggy is not careful with resources when working on projects, often spends unnecessary effort, is greatly pleased by his own looks and accomplishments, is not driven, and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. He is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture and appearance. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, often acts with compassion, tends to form only... Okay, they're leaving soon. That's fine. Tends to form only. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. That's where I was going. And he tends to consider what others think of him. And he is given to flights of fancy. He is often nervous and tends to avoid crowds. He can handle stress and occasionally overindulges. Tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and is currently more fearless, and is more confident and more thoughtless. Dreams of crafting a great work of art, and personally does not really value skills related to fighting, and doesn't particularly value loyalty. All right, chat, I think I figured it out. Did you? Because I figured it out. It's very important. I figured out the actual goal of this fort. Or the actual... Sorry, this is going to hurt me inside. Challenge. If you will. For this fort. The only thing I'm allowed to make out of metal that could be considered a weapon is... pickaxes and battle axes so that I can, like, you know, chop down trees and mine. But aside from that... all metal has to be converted into furniture. You will probably want steel anvils. Everybody's like, you'll need steel anvils. Who cares? All right, exclamation point goal has been updated. There we go. Anything is furniture if you sit on it? Mm-hmm. Sure. Does that make a human furniture if you sit on their lap? Because I don't know if they would agree with you. Bed. I gotta say, I'm not entirely certain I understand the reference there, Ragril, but I'll just simply state this: Santa is furniture. Confirmed. Tell IKEA. They'll be very happy. They can now mass produce Santa. None of this is true, Hylam. Is a flatback Santa's a Santage? Needs more umlauts. They probably already make a flatpack Santa decoration ornament thing. Although, that being said, I will keep a single magma metalsmith set up. Magma Forge. I will keep one of these set up at all times. Just on the off chance that we have an artifact that needs making. And I'm going to go there. 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 And there. these are going to be more glass makers. We just slowly increase the output of glass. I mean, that's literally impossible. Because that's not really a challenge. So, how about if you consider that to be an entertaining, fun challenge, you go do that on your own time. I've told you what the limitations on this fort are, and I also hope that you're aware of my opinions of the concept of challenge runs. Don't make me regret this. Chat room. It's not a phase, Mom. That's all I have to say. The dwarves can finally be glassy-eyed? I don't know what that means in this context. We make glass feet. I don't get the joke outside of, like, general just foot fetish bullshit. So, is there a joke in there that isn't just foot fetish stuff, or... I don't know. Are you being creative and funny, or am I just, like, gonna eye roll at you? Cinderella? Yeah, I guess I don't get it. That's shoes, yeah. Cinderella didn't have a glass foot. She had a slipper. So I'm mildly confused. Drunk people are said to be glassy. Oh, okay. I get that, I guess. Cut this out. I'm gonna mine these gems out. So it's 8 hours until you need to get up in the morning. Is a bad idea to start up Manor Lords for the first time. Well, remember that Manor Lord? I don't know if you watched the Manor Lords review I put out on YouTube. You want to know the reason that video exists? Was because I wanted to make a video on early game economy in that game, and instead accidentally 6 hours of gameplay recorded of Manor Lords. And then I was like, why don't I just play for another 4? And I did. And then I was like, wow, my day off is over. It was the first time I just sat down and played a video game all day on a day off, like, in years, maybe. So I made a review of the game instead. And not a lot of people watched it. That's what it is. I think it's a good video, though. And then I made a short out of that video, and like 30,000 people watched it, and I made $2. And I was like, well, I guess that's a little consolation prize. Here comes a much bigger migrant wave this time. You're a peasant. Dreams of making a great discovery. Oh, that's always fun. Bold flatterer, extremely friendly, just a little insufferable, and is burdened by this tendency as he dislikes the idea of friendship. Huh. Well, I'm just going to jump up here. Well, not up here, and I'm just going to say library, so I remember in the future. Oh yeah, no, I mean, it's a very early access game, that's for sure. I can absolutely agree with you on that. Manor Lords is a very early access game. I just think it's just an early access game that looks really good, and the bits that are there are quite satisfying. Like, it's a game that I would like to play more of, putting it simply. $2 for 30K views? Here, I'll show you. This is one of my most viewed videos of all time. You can see where YouTube ad revenue for shorts got better, but this is, you know, you can see where they were like, hey, let's actually not make shorts revenue terrible. I've never once said Bannerlords today. I've only ever said Mannerlords with an M. But, yeah. Shorts pay terrible. Like, awful. This is $14 Canadian. Yeah, Quinn needs to check their earrings. Yeah, definitely. But everybody seems to think I say Bannerlords when I'm talking about Mannerlords. The difference is I've streamed Mannerlords this year. I haven't streamed Bannerlords since the year it came out, whatever year that was. Let's say green glass windows. Green glass window. Let's make 80 of them. 50, fine. That's the button I hit first. We'll do that. And I'm going to go over here, and we're going to put a dining table in here. And we're going to put chairs up here. And I'm going to do this. 2 little stockpiles, 1 on either side. 1 for meals and 1 for chuggables. And this is going to be a dining hall. Which didn't work because I had it set to go into multi-dining hall. And you are going to be a dining hall that is connected to my guild. This guild. Over here. High class glass? High class glass. I think you've just made another tongue twister. I don't know. I haven't thought about it that much. Or that far. Or at all, really. Sorry, thank you very much for the 10 pack of gift subs. What the hell? Appreciate you. Yeah, then don't buy it. I mean, if it's something that you think that you would get bored of quickly, don't play it. It's fine. I don't think that it's weird. Mannerlords is a game I really, really like. And it's a framework for a game that I really, really like. But I also don't think it should be as big as it is. I'm pretty sure it's as big as it is because of how well that game trailers and because people think it's like Mannerlords. Or Bannerlord, rather, not Mannerlord. It's because people think it's a third-person RPG. It's like people think it's something else. And so, like, as heavily wishlisted as that game was, I actually, like, as well as it sold, like, it sold extremely well and is doing very well. It's a game that, like, hit its peak really early and probably will never top that purely because of how well it trailered. I think that game needs big walls. It's a game about running tiny towns. It's not Stronghold. Seems to have fallen on deaf ears. I don't think so. I think that game is absolutely... I mean, it has... If the game had mixed reviews, I would agree with you, Stonecoat. But it doesn't have mixed reviews, so... It's also sold like 2 million copies. So, you know... It's a game that's doing just fine. But it is, like, a game that is much bigger than I think it should be at this point in its development. Which is, you know, kind of amazing whenever that happens, I suppose. It's just nice to see a game that trailers really well, that blows up on social media and Reddit a couple times and gets an insane amount of wish lists out of that, and then actually manages to turn it around and make a game that people like. because I feel like a lot of the time when stuff like that happens, the result ends up being a game that people are not satisfied with, and it seems like that hasn't happened there, which is nice. It's nice to see, I guess. I'm not entirely certain I agree that town builders is a genre that doesn't have a lot of games. I don't think I agree with that. I think there's lots of games in the town builder genre, especially survival city builders. In fact, it's a pretty common genre these days, actually. I think it's pretty rare to get games that are trying to be that ambitious, though. Is there a reason I leave gems uncut? Because I don't have a... I literally am like on year 2 and have 32 dwarves. You sometimes need uncut gems for artifacts, for one thing. It's just not what I'm prioritizing right now. Also, great movie. Uncut Gems. I recommend it. Adam Sandler's best movie, I would say. And I'm in an ad break. You set a job to cut 10 when you get 15? Yeah, sounds fine. Yeah, I always try and do 1 or 2 things in new forts and not worry about doing everything. It's not hard to be better than Happy Gilmore. But I'm a particularly weird person when it comes to movies. So I very much enjoy Uncut Gems, but it's also a movie that I understand and acknowledge that most people will probably hate. Or a lot of people will. How's the volcano fort going? It's going. Slow progress. What is my favorite movie? I don't know. I'm gonna go with the easy answer and just say the Shawshank Redemption. But the actual answer is I don't know. I don't really have a favorite movie because I don't really rewatch movies ever. I don't collect movies. I don't think of myself as much of a movie buff or somebody who like... It's not part of my hobbies, really. I don't go out of my way to see movies. I don't even own a TV. So, I don't know. Not really a movie guy, I suppose. I mean, I've seen plenty of movies, but if it's just a matter of picking a favorite one, then... I don't know. I don't really care. What's your favorite movie? I'm very much trying to figure out how I'm going to do this right now. There are plenty of movies out there I like, but picking a favorite is almost impossible. Same reason whenever people are just like, who's your favorite band? Unanswerable question. Because it changes every 2 weeks. Like right now I have a band that I'm listening to a lot that I probably won't be listening to in 3 weeks. And then it'll be something completely different. It's like, it's all over the place. Big Trouble Little China? I mean, that's a good movie. But I would, like, you know, there's movies I like more than Big Trouble in Little China. Heck, there's John Carpenter movies I like more than Big Trouble in Little China. Yeah, I thought that Avengers Endgame was, well, the part 1, which is the part that I've seen, was long, boring, full of references I'd already forgotten, even though I'd seen the movies for it, and a green-screened nightmare. So, yeah, I don't know. Gladiator's probably up there for me, too. But you'll probably never get... You'll never hear me state that I like a movie that is like 98% green screens. Or at least not in my favorite of all time list. I'm so tired of looking at that stuff. I don't think there is any movie out there I could watch 1,000,000 times. So... I know somebody who used to act on Stargate SG-1. He was one of my old regulars at an old job of mine. He was a stuntman. He was guy exploding. It's like, if you've seen somebody die in Stargate, it was probably me. And then I went back through the show and like looked at a couple different episodes and yep. Wow, he wasn't joking. It's like, or to quote him, he's like, there's a 1 in 5 chance it's me if you see somebody die in Stargate. Because, like, they only had 5 stunt guys. So. Oh, yeah. That whole Helldivers 2 thing that YouTube chat is talking about is kind of scary to me. Like, I'm suddenly very happy I didn't buy it. Actually, how are Helldivers 2 reviews still good on Steam? I haven't looked. Your freshman year of high school, you watched Independence Day every single day after school. You know what's funny? My dad had never seen Independence Day. And before I moved out, it was one of the last things I did. Me and my dad sat down and watched Independence Day. My dad just watched that entire movie. He loved it. He thought it was very funny. Like, we had a good afternoon. We drank beer and watched that movie. And my dad I remember my dad just walking up to me like the day after or something and saying, you know, after seeing that movie, I appreciate costume design. And I was like, what do you mean? He goes, that movie had none of it. Like, everybody in the entire film, and he's not wrong. Everybody in the entire movie of Independence Day looks like they walked out of the Winners budget section, like the Winners discount section. Like, it looks like they walked into Winners and were just like, we need to clothe an entire cast and we have $200. Is literally what the costume design in that movie looks like. Because everybody's clothes are like perpetually brand new for the entirety of the movie. After they, it's mixed now after they removed that requirement? Gotcha. Yeah, I completely missed that whole thing initially because I was sick, right? But so we're gonna go down another layer until we hit this. Then what I'm going to do actually is I think I'm just going to dig into the sides of this, ramp it up. And then we are going to build over top of it. I am making a dome on top of a volcano, is what I'm doing. Salva. They went from 40 to 72% in a single day. Jesus. Man, people can really do stuff to Steam reviews. I wonder if Steam ever regrets, like, adding a reviewing system. I still haven't unlocked purchases from the non-PSN areas. 300,000 reviews in 2 days. Damn. I mean, I guess that is like one of the biggest surprise runaway hits of the year. But Jesus. You're... Sorry, reading that sentence, just like... My freshman drama teacher was a woman whose head blew up in Total Recall. Sorry, that's just not a sentence you read every day. It is awesome, I agree. Total Recall is great, but wow. God. Oh yeah, no, I mean, when a company like that masks off by, like, you know, basically proving that they're going to force you into an ecosystem, it's just a matter of time until they do it again, yeah. No, like, all the trust is gone. Why? Nasty? What? What does that have? Why? I'm confused. Why would you wish that? Let's keep moving up. Well, at least they're working on it. We're getting there. Depending on the placement in the arm situation. I wouldn't mind a third hand that isn't connected to my body. Like if it was like a robotic arm or something. I don't even need to be able to directly control it. But if it could just be like, you know, a little thing that I put on my desk when I'm fixing an electronic device or something, and it just like hangs on to something for me, and then I'd be like, hey, pass me that, and then just pass me that. It'd be great. Just saying. Okay, so we gotta go down one more. After this nonsense is done. No, I just want a friend, actually. I don't need a familiar. I just need a friend. You know what you know what keep getting me is Amazon shows that basically criticizes itself. Oh, wait, like all of the shows that are just, like, mocking the existence of corporations such as, i.e. Amazon. I mean, I've seen stuff like that. Like, that, I mean... Art making fun of Big Corp is about as old as art itself. Or big business in general. It's about as old as art itself. So I need to check what kind of bars we have, actually. And we need to make them into metal. We got 24 copper bars. Let's make copper crowns. Let's do that. No, let's make copper tables. Copper table. 10 of them. We'll do that. No? What kind of question is that? Antronarch. I already have eyes that freak people out effectively enough. Capitalism subsumes all critiques into itself and profits from them, naturally. And also doesn't listen to said critiques. No, they don't. Chris. There is no data collection in Dwarf Fortress. Outside of the data that Steam gathers, there is no data collection in Dwarf Fortress. Which is part of the reason why you have to write down the type of CPU you're using when you send in a bug report. Tan. You've got here in autumn 312. You came here with your spouse. You do have a not small family. Small family. Spouse has a much bigger family. I always want to just like skim through family members whenever I see like people who migrate in. Because it's always a, okay, where did you come from before? And did you know any of my old dwarfs? But no, unfortunately. This seems to be a good start. Amazon want to make a Disco Elysium show? I think just about anybody who makes TV shows would like to make a Disco Elysium show. And you want to know why? It would make a decent amount of money. People see it, they go, money, 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 and that's about all their, that's about where the decision begins and ends. It's just like someone out there may, and we should hope that they continue to be, actually stupid enough to make a Vampire Survivors movie. Navy, what up? Holy shit. Thanks for the 25 pack. Anyway, we should let the capitalists make the Vampire Survivor movie because I want to know what the story of that thing actually is. Not actually, but I would like to see that happen. I would like to see what it ends up looking like. How do they movieify that? Is what I want to know. But seriously, chat room, can I get a big round of beers for Navy gifting 25 subs? I hope you've been all right, Navy. They're making a movie? Well, somebody bought the rights. Vampire Survivors movie. Where's that? Animated TV adaptation. Yes. There's also a movie called Vampire Survivor from 2002, which is apparently bad according to IMDb. Where's this quote from the creator? Okay, so this is a quote from the creator of Vampire Survivors, okay? The most important thing in Vampire Survivors, this is the guy who created the game. This is a quote from Deadline. The most important thing in Vampire Survivors is the story. It's a dream come true to see what started as a little indie game I made on my weekends come to life as an animated TV show. It's great to be partnering up with such experienced and talented people to make the show. And I do wonder if they've realized that there isn't a single vampire in Vampire Survivors, though. So, shout-outs to him, because this seems like a madman. Good to hear, Navy. Thank you. Anyway, yeah, it's the Story Kitchen people who bought it. Budgie Smugglers. Any relation to Budgie? Thank you very much for the 20 bucks. Cheers for the mugs. I'm glad you like the mugs. It really does. Yeah. And it also originally ran in Chrome, didn't it? It was like HTML or something. It's also a clone of a popular format of, like, mobile game. Like, there's very little unique in Vampire Survivors. They just did it very well. And the guy who made it used to, or as his day job at the time, apparently was the visual design and programmer for slot machines, which makes a lot of sense. But yeah, it was his first video game. And oops, I accidentally an entire trend of genre. Well, that's as addictive as any video game can be. It just happens to have a pretty good progression loop. Really weird, like, clunking sound happening in the hallway right now. So we've done all that. Up. I go, oh, we're on the right level. Finally. We made it. Look at that. Now I get to figure out how in the hell do I build around this thing? Well, I think what I'm going to do I mean, you have tons of space even in just a few Z levels. I think the thing that people often forget is just how much space they have in a Dwarf Fortress map. Like, space is not at a premium in Dwarf Fortress. We're not, like, trying to build inside of a New York apartment here. Okay, so what I'm gonna have to do is cancel this. I'm going to just start building along these edges until I get pretty much to the edge of it, and then I'm gonna build ramps up, and then we're gonna just slowly build over it, basically. Yes, I played Hades. No, I'm not going to play Hades 2. I don't see well enough to play Hades. I really wanted to like the first Hades and ended up hating it. Still kind of do, but it's okay. It's a very good video game, and I acknowledge that. It's just a game that is made for people with significantly better eyesight than me. And I will never play the sequel. And I'm quite sad they made a sequel. I really wish they made a new franchise, because it kind of bums me out. Yep. And one of these days, people will stop asking me to play games that I can't physically play. One of these days. That day and today, apparently. No, that was one of my favorite studios. Supergiant. I really liked Pyre. I really liked Bastion. I really liked Transistor. But they don't make games for me anymore. I have no idea what that is. Midweek Gold. But that Bastion soundtrack is killer. It's one of their better ones, yeah. I think that the Pyre soundtrack is my favorite, probably. Has the most varied music. Did that last mood finish? It must have, and I completely missed it. Well, crap. What did you make, Stormwolf? Oh, right, you made the ring. Duh. Okay, got it. That I will give to the expedition leader. And so now this dwarf been taken by a Fey mood, and they immediately dropped their lunch, which was a custard apple stew. So I'm gonna go make an artifact then. Their name is the library because they seem like the sort of dwarf that would be good in a library because they dream of making a great discovery. I'm just gonna do a thing, which is raw green glass. Let's just make those. Another thing I'm going to do as well is I'm gonna go down to here maybe? That or just slightly over here, or even slightly up here. Yeah, we'll go down here. I'm going to make a green floored area. That's going to be a gem cutters area. Assuming that's all that you want, raw green glass. And cut gems. Well, would you look at that? Fascinating. It's going to be an expensive artifact. You could pull a lever and pour lava all over the glassmakers. That's not OSHA compliant. What makes you think that OSHA exists in the universe that Dwarf Fortress also exists in? Like, everybody goes on about how that's not OSHA compliant. It's like, well, what's an OSHA? Like, where did OSHA come from in this like universe that you speak of? But you do make a very solid point. I should probably, like, block that off with something. OSHA ain't gonna save you here. Exactly, there you go. They're definitely not forklift certified. Or minecart certified either. This dwarf's drowsy. Go bed. Silly dwarf. There we go. So I can now go up here. Yoink. Glass. Glass. Green glass. Celesty. Okay, I was gonna say you're gonna have to take a glass maker because I don't have a single prioritized gem cutter in the fort currently because everything's a glass maker. I think I did briefly in one of the migrant waves, but you can have the job, though. You're also tired. And you're going to bed. There you go. She cracks easily under pressure, is prone to hatreds, often develops negative feelings, prefers to present herself modestly, tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, tends to consider what others think of her, and is pleased by her own appearance and talents. She tends to share her own thoughts with others and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She tries to do things correctly each time and is brave in the face of imminent danger. And she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dosha, Dwarven Occupational Safety and Health Administration. See, now that I would be I could get behind. Like, if we could come up with, like, a community equivalent of OSHA, but for dwarves, that'd be funny. Personally values honesty and does not care about family one way or another. And likes slate black bronze and alexandrite, cardinal leather and alpaca wool and helms and beds and coins and the sound of the ivory diamond, and when possible prefers to consume papaya wine and absolutely hates toads. You're married to Bim, the glassmaker. All of your friends are glassmakers, and Everybody you've ever met is a glassmaker. You are a member of the Sect of Heavens. You worship the god Lan, and you crack easily under pressure, of course. But ramps actually are dangerous, whereas stairs aren't. If you run really fast down a ramp, you eventually hit like terminal velocity and fall on your face and break your neck, whereas stairs, you can't do that. So I would actually say stairs are less safe. Besides, injured dwarves or dwarves that, you know, can't walk on their own and require the usage of a crutch, get the happiness of mastering a skill. They should be thankful that they get the benefit of having the opportunity to train with a crutch. Budgie Smugglers, thank you very much for the brand new subscription. Good to have you. I like your name. Your name's funny. Trying to just imagine somebody smuggling a budgie. It's like, I remember reading this article, it's kind of horrific actually, of like a guy who was like smuggling parrots illegally out of a country into the US, and he had them all in his pants. I'm just imagining that, but with budgies? But thank you for the 10-pack of gift subs and also like the pile of bits. What is happening today? Budgie Smuggler is Aussie saying for swang for a kind of swimwear. Oh! Okay, fair enough. That is a funny username. And Budgie is just over here smuggling the budgies. Yes. Of course. Budgie Games is who I was referring to when I said, do you have any relation to Budgie? It's okay, you'll be fine. It doesn't matter how bad the mental image is. It's like, why are you smuggling Budgie into my... But it's just funny. That's all. I'm pretty sure, like, Budgie Games in the chat here is a massive fan of small birds. I will say, since YouTube chat is talking about, components being, what's the word? Components, different component data collection that Steam does. I will say, I really like the fact that Steam collects so much data on different computer types that people have that they're playing games on, because it shows just how little interest the vast majority of the people playing video games have in owning the top-of-the-line graphics cards. It's just very funny to me, because it's such a small percentage of people who own those graphics cards. And that I find very satisfying.
I'm the man who's gonna burn your house down.
Oh.
The lemons.
Right.
I'm gonna get my engineers to invent a combustible lemon that burns your house down.
Sorry, that had me really
Budgie
confused for a second there.
Aussie slang for a kind of swimwear. I work with budgies sometimes, so I figured it fits for a funny username.
Yeah, no, I do have to admit, but Budgie Smuggler is maybe the funniest username I've seen in a while. But, so, true story. If you cheers 700 bits, that plays, the Lemon Rant plays. I don't know why I picked 700 bits, but that's how much it plays for. And you happen to do that, and it because it was right after, like, a 10-pack of gift subs, it took a little bit for the alert to go off, and I completely forgot about it. Anyway, I guess I just reminded myself now that exists. Do you know who I am? I'm the man who's gonna burn your house down. The lemons. I have been in this place before. What are you terrified by? Loathing after being out in the sunshine again. Oh, look at this. We getting cave adapted. All right, I probably should have dealt with this earlier, but... Since we do is be getting the cave adapting... I guess up here's probably the best. Yeah, this is what we'll do. Except... get rid of this layer. And I think what I'll do... just dig down one of these. This way. And continue going around this way. I still maintain Portal is some of the best writing in a video game of all time. Billionaire, thank you very much for the raid. Sup, dude? What were you up to today? What were you playing? I basically haven't been on Twitch in like 2 weeks. I have no idea what anybody's doing, or what anybody's playing, or what anything's been up to, or what's been happening. You guys don't know Billionaire, he's a lovely Finnish lad. You should go give him a follow. He's a friend of the channel. He's a good individual. Should go give the guys some support. Lasara. That's the Pointy Mountain town builder, right? Yes, okay. Cool. I'm making a glass volcano. Because, I don't know, it's quite decent. Gotcha, gotcha. The only criticisms I really heard about the demos of that game is it seemed a bit aimless, but it's like most city builders to a degree. Yes, Shadow Absorber. Glass fort. A fort of glass. Where I'm trying to... well, not trying, but I'm just going to seal this volcano off. It'll be good. Glasgow. Glasgow Burr. And this is the plan, to just kind of start looping around it. I'll have a shape that I can actually make into a... that's a unexpected artifact. Uzel, the library dwarf, future librarian dwarf, has created Rigothoros Earthazokil, a green glass bed, and offers it to the Hot Sparks. The hell do I do with a green glass bed? I mean, chat, what do I do with a green glass bed? Sleep in it? That's not really what I meant, but what do I do with it? Fancy bedroom for whomst? This is a green glass bed. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with emerald cut green glass gems, encircled with bands of table cut green glass gems, and this object menaces with spikes of green glass. Surprise. On the item is an image of Gemur, sunk weighted, the giant tiger in precious fire opal. Gemur, sunk weighted, is laboring. The artwork relates to the settling of the giant tiger, Gemur, sunk weighted in the forests of speech in 36. Speak forests and enter. Jeweler, you go there. And Go find the tiger. It's dead. It's the year 312. It settled there in the year 36. I can tell you right now, it's already dead. It's been dead. I'll put it in there so I don't forget about it, but... It died hundreds of years ago. Tigers don't live that long. I mean, what else would it be? It's, sorry, no, it's a Star Wars reference, actually. I haven't referenced Lord of the Rings once today. How dare you presume that I'm talking about Lord of the Rings? What in the world gave you that impression? In Dwarf Fortress, it generally means doing work, yeah. It almost never means giving birth. By that, I mean, it never means that. Giant creatures don't live forever. Yep, this is true. Is an artifact copper warhammer better than normal quality steel one? Nothing is more effective. Well, so material-wise, no, but all artifact items get a, like, basically a targeting bonus, like an accuracy bonus. So is like an artifact copper one better than a steel one? Fuck no. Also, steel is a bad material for a warhammer. You want a silver warhammer. Kind of wasting your materials if you're going the other way. Make it out of lead? Sure. This is true. Not in Dwarf Fortress, it's not. I know. Because Dwarf Fortress doesn't care about your toxicity. Adamantine is a horrifically bad material to make a warhammer out of. Do not ever make adamantine warhammers. But yes, you are correct with that line of thinking. Make them for your hammer? I give up. Anybody remember this conversation the last time we had it? What about shields? Material doesn't matter for shields. A wooden shield is as effective as a steel shield. Unless we're talking about as a blunt force trauma weapon, then the heaviness rules apply. Or just the most expensive stitches you've ever had, or for Americans, cheap stitches. When it comes to adamantine thread. You can make a lot of stitches with one strand, though. Yet still very expensive stitches. So this will hopefully keep the cave adaptation to a minimum. Whoops. Shit. Well, crap. That wasn't really what I wanted to have happen there, but it did. So, I will, I guess, go right here and place some beds. And a table. And make a meeting hall. And go up here, and let's make a chief medical dwarf. Got a diagnoser who's not terrible. And we're going to make this into a hospital. The rough home. Well, there you go. Bim, you can go here. You can go here. Sorry, actually, no, I don't want 2 doctors. I want a doctor and a diagnoser and a surgeon and a bone duck. Apparently, I just moved the surgeon. There we go. Easier. You can be a doctor. It'll be easy enough. I made an oopsie. Yes. Not really. Black plump. Some characters are going to be naturally more inclined to be brave and some aren't. And that's just kind of how the game is. The elves have arrived to trade. Ooh. I wonder what they've brought, pets-wise. Seems exciting. I'll send some gems up. Otherwise, your hospital no working correctly. So yeah, it is important to fill the roles in the hospitals. Our most valuable trade partners. As a dirty hippie, I am offended by that statement. The number of tomatoes and plants in my apartment right now. Jeez, man. Oh no, the most misunderstood faction in the game that everybody misrepresents. Disgustingly so, even. How distressing. Thank you for the fruits. Except I don't need to sell you as much because that stuff's actually pretty cheap. Done. Good enough for me. Here's hoping they bring me animals next time. Oh, I am absolutely a tree hugger. Absolutely. Very much massive factoid about me. Some trees are not frogging. This is true. But I will defend trees. Like, I'm not quite one of those people who will chain themselves to a tree and then cement themselves to a tree to stop a tree from being cut down, but I'm close to that. Pretty damn close. Especially when it comes to the old growth. You know what's funny? Is that was a bug for a really long time. Tarn has tried to make it as hard as possible to kill your own dwarves with falling trees. Yet somehow that bug just keeps working its way back into the game, which I think is really funny. Okay, so it's just your hand. What do you need? You need stitches. That's about it. Well, that should be fine. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Ragrel. Life killed my grandma. You'd say it's a feature by now? I don't know. They keep trying to patch it out, so... Actually, let's jump up to here. Mastering a skill. Personally believes that the idea of... Deeply believes that the idea of that chaos and disorder are the truest expressions in life and would disrupt harmony whenever it is found. Uh-huh. Sure. Seem like chat. Seems fine. You're a peasant. You're creating a great work of art. Personally believes that artful speech and eloquent expression are the highest ideals and sees cooperation as important in life. Values artwork and cunning. We worship niche. Just looking for dwarves that dream of mastering skill. Dreams of raising a family, that also works. Likes a little excitement. They'll do okay. We'll see when we see a Neezer. Miner. That's a peacock. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. That's a llama. Siege engineer. You dream of creating a great work of art. You're tough and creative. Do we have a planter? We'll throw. Take you out. Those two can go in there. You dream of mastering a skill, still sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way, never feels discouraged, is incurious, and never seeks out knowledge or information to satisfy himself, finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. Little interest in joking around. Walled Fords. What a name. Well, get in there, Udib. Personally views cooperation as a low ideal, not worthy of any respect. Values good craftsmanship and doesn't respect the law and doesn't really see the point of working hard. Huh. More analytical ability, recovers quickly. Novice Mace Dwarf. He's mastering a skill, look at that. Frail. Well, that's fine. Or Boyer. Not a bad little squatty we've built-y. As I slowly just make a massive clothing stockpile. Well, now the fortress is getting big. We're up to 52 dwarfs. 52 dwarfs, chat. 52. You know, chat room. We've been streaming for 7 hours. My brain's a little mush with the fort today. But I think we've made some really good progress so far. What do you think? I keep looking at this and going, oh god, I have like 50,000 things I need to do. Like, ah shit. Oh god. Considering I'm in mush brain, I think we're doing all right. Soon. Not quite yet, but we're getting there. This fort's starting to look good indeed. It'd be a shame if something were to happen to it, right? It's not actually what I wanted you to do, game. That's what I wanted you to do. And it didn't do the thing I wanted it to do. It's the thing I wanted it to do. God damn it, did I really do that a second time? I just slammed Ricklebert with the big chunk of boulder, who's now unconscious and seriously injured. God damn it. Moderate blood loss, but is getting rescued. His right upper leg is mangled beyond recognition. Well, he has 2 kids and a wife. Although one of his sons doesn't live here, it's fine. Right, you're getting diagnosed. Right, well, we can fix ya. We can fix ya. What do you need? Need a lot of stitches. So, Neezer is my surgeon. We'll get Kodal in here as well. You know, I'll bet you the reason nobody's doing stitches is because all of the webs were made into... Okay, well, that's funny. Let's just shear some animals and spin some thread for a bit. Because I think that the reason we have no thread and the reason those stitches ain't getting done in the hospital is because we weaved it all. I was gonna say, I don't think that exists in this video game. Like peg legs and hook and... I would almost prefer like regeneration magic, but I feel like the humans should have peg legs. We used it to make cloth, not even a shirt. Okay. And the Craftsdwarfs Guild now needs to be upgraded into a Grand Guild Hall because apparently I have that many Craftsdwarfs. Well, let's start giving it green glass floor then. And windows. And blind weaved it. Yep, blind weaved it all. Get all of this done instead. Green and black checkerboard. I don't like making checkerboard floors because it just takes too long. Maybe I'll do that at some point in this fort, but probably not in this room. I do have to say, though, does this bed look like it's mint flavored to anybody else? I keep looking at it and going, that bed just looks like a mint. It looks like a mint. Everything about it just looks like a mint. Also, yeah, if I make black and green floors, this whole fort's gonna look like toothpaste to me. It's gonna look like chocolate mint flavored. Minty fresh, I suppose. Okay, furniture. Man, it's been a while since I made windows. Elves are leaving. We'll see you next year. Bring us cool pets next time. What's wrong with that? I don't know. Nothing, I guess. Amethyst withdraws from society. She runs over to glass making thing. Grabs raw green glass. Runs away again. Refuses to elaborate. The actual amazing thing about this fort is that nobody's died, even though I managed to, like, screw up cave-in things on people twice. That's the actual amazing thing to me about this fort right now. That's not what I wanted. Strange mood. The elves? I think you mean the best. The best. The best. The best. The best. The best. Cough. The best. This is turning into a Foo Fighters bit. Yeah, you know, you put it Wizard of Oz, Emerald City way, and yeah, you're not wrong. Does kind of have that vibe. Stuttered with iron doesn't work. Wait until he forgets. I'm not sure. That's how I've always done it in the past, and it's worked. And if studded isn't working, then I don't know. I mean, that doesn't solve anything, aside from upset the mayor's family. El Tanko Jill? I should have named this fortress Emerald City, now that you mention it. I bet you I could have called it that. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. That's the only way I've solved that in the past is with studding. So, if studding isn't working, then I have no idea. Well, murder's always an answer. It's just often a bad one. It's like, just like getting into a fight. It is an answer, it's just probably a bad one. So far, she's got raw green glass, logs, and a obsidian boulder. He's related to half the fort. Jeez. Yeah, no, definitely do not kill him. Here's the thing. They will eventually forget. And they don't really get any negative moods if they forget. So... I would honestly just wait until he forgets. And just write it off as like a weird spat of personality. That man has 13 children? Good lord. That's some... all the same lady? Like, has he just been that busy? And did he have them all in the fort, or... Because, damn. That's a busy dwarf. Dude needs to keep his legs closed, holy moly. Does he? I don't know. Maybe the fortress needs population. Works secretly, all right. So she grabbed bronze, obsidian, coffee wood, and llama wool cloth. Well done. As all of these dwarves over here are doing this stuff. Let's do some tables. And by tables, I mean copper ones. Holy shit, 2 of them? Are you for real? How does that happen? 2 of a kind, chat. 2 of a fucking kind. Wow. Anyway, Amethyst makes Nani Doran, a group, sorry, not Nani Doran. Her last name's Nani Doran, has created Laulothakmum, a green glass bed. This one isn't mint flavored though. This is a green glass bed. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval obsidian cabochons and decorated with table-cut green glass gems. And coffee wood. This object is adorned with hanging rings of green glass and menaces with spikes of llama wool. On the item is an image of a mountain in green glass. On the item is an image of a fonio plant in bronze. I don't really know what to do with it, so I'm going to put it in there. 2 expensive beds. I don't know what to do with them. Chat wanted a checkerboard pattern, so I'm making a checkerboard pattern. Just not in the way they wanted. Because these will be significantly darker anyway. This will be more expensive than it would have been otherwise. The value's not quite high enough yet, but we're working on it. It's an image of a square. Wow. It's a rendition of the neutrality of fences, a masterfully designed image of a bloodthorn. The image of our faction is a bloodthorn tree. Image of high boots. Engraved is a Vobok rendition of the Trial of Sparks, a finely designed image of a blazing sun, a goblin, a dragon, and a blazing sun. Well, that's us. Nellis Coppergold's The Deity of Fire, Volcanoes, Earth, Caverns, Mountains, depicted as a male dwarf by Rakust. Why is it a male dwarf? Damn it. And, of course, the god is screaming. This is the sullen nature. This is an image of the god of volcanoes and fire screaming. I would too. Seems like the normal thing for that god to do. How do I increase your value more? I've seen a number of people do that. It was one of the first things I saw, actually, I think, after this version of the game came out, was people started making chessboards in Dwarfort. Okay, we'll do that. This. And might as well do some more of these. You just imagine he stubbed his toe. He's just like, ah! Yeah, pretty much. I'd believe it. Volcano God stubbed his toe and is in agony for all eternity. That's why is Volcano God. That's his toe, you know? 13th children mayor does not often feel lustful. Have you checked his wife? Does his wife often feel lustful? Because it doesn't need to be a two-way road. Like, only one of them needs to be in Dwarfort. And then it's like, oops, I babies accidentally everywhere. Okay, how's the value of this sucker? Man, really? Well, okay. How about these then? I will put that ring in here. It is a craft, technically. Or is it a bracelet? Ah, there it is. It should come over here pretty quick. There you go. How's the value? Well, it's now considered a Grand Guild Hall. So we've successfully completed it. Let's go over here. Also, since I've done all that work on this one, might as well pretty up the one I'm actually, air quotes, caring about a bit more. Because this is the one I supposedly was caring about more, but then the game was all like, upgrade that one. And I'm like, Glassmaker's Guild. Because I am using DF hack, you're just silly. Why don't I use it exactly the way you want me to, or the way you would use it? Because I don't want to. That's simple. But then your eventual king or queen won't be able to use it? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it may end up being like a nobility's beds, but I don't really know what it's gonna end up being. If I'm being honest. With the way dwarven babies are born, you can't help but be reminded of that scene in Monty Python's Meaning of the Life. I've not seen that movie in a very, 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 very long time. So I have no idea what scene you're talking about, so I will simply smile and nod and pretend like I understand. That dwarf has funny hair. This dwarf is... Okay, so this dwarf... I realize this icon exists, so I can't just look at this anymore and, like, chuckle at him without feeling kind of bad, but, like... Dude looks like a Jawa with an afro. Because of the glowy eyes. He's like a Jawa with an afro. God, that is so funny looking. What a dwarf. Oh my god. Literally looks like a Jawa with an afro. Afro Jawa, coming to get you. I have a question. Why does everybody go, I don't see DF Hack's automated systems automating the game for the player. Why don't you use it? Because most of the perks it offers are completely irrelevant and not necessary? Maybe? I use it to quick save, though. That's about it. You haven't needed DF Hack ever. Really. But it certainly has its uses. When are we going to get quick save in vanilla without DF Hack? Good question. I would like it. I mean, you didn't need macros for DF Hack, what? Or rather, you didn't need DF Hack to use macros. Macros were always a vanilla feature. Oh, okay. I was like, I was still like on the like DF Hack like questionnaire train. Don't all Jawas have afros? Well, I guess they never show off their frilly locks then. Oh. Well, I'm gonna do this anyway. Actually, never mind. No, I'm not. But I do need those extra bedrooms. No, those are more just fluffy. Ewoks are more fluffy. They're not really afros, per se. But they are fluffy. I haven't seen a gnat this year, so I have not had this problem. I hate to break it to you. Your broker found a mask? Uh-oh. Oops. Wrong one. Not that one in the middle there. You know, I actually don't really like the way, or didn't really like the way glass engravings looked when I first saw them in this version. But they've kind of grown on me. Because you can use them for some pretty harsh color contrast, and I quite like that. Or stuff like this, you know? All right. Sweet. Yeah, I didn't actually use DFHack at all in version 47 because I had it break a world once. As in, like, I was in between versions, and when I updated and messed around with some things, it broke a save and it kind of scarred me. So the way I used DFHack in older versions, or version 47 more specifically, is I would basically have a separate install with it installed, and then I would occasionally just tab over and check something. So basically, like, I would save the game, copy the save file over, and then check something if I was curious about what was going on in the world. And I would use it that way, basically. So I'd use it as an external tool, almost, or a debugger, but I never actually used it while I was playing. I got so used to just running with the default jobs and everything that, you know, it's really funny to me, though, when people are just like, I miss the old jobs systems in Dwarf, and then what they're actually talking about is, like, the DFHack UI for it, or the Dwarf Therapist UI for it, because I can tell you, you don't miss the old job system, especially the old job assigning system. Oh, Jesus Christ. Because I did all that shit manually, on the keyboard, every time there was a migrant wave. Got a lot of sleepy dwarves in this fort. It's because I'm overworking them all, and a lot of them don't have beds yet, which is why I'm making bedrooms now. And the long-distance hauling jobs ain't helping. Which two lucky dwarves are the ones getting the green glass beds? I don't know. I do not know. Maybe the hospital? Okay, so let's mine this down. Unforbid that. You want a glass race car bed. Well, the humans have arrived to trade. Everybody's here. Well, I'm not giving you the glass bed, Profrain, but would you like a dwarf? What kind of dwarf would you like? Any preference? But nobody's getting the glass bed. That, or I could just be like, which dwarf is currently sleeping in it, because they're just in the guild hall. So I could just give you the next dwarf that sleeps in it. That's not the button I wanted floors. So what kind of dwarf would you like? Because I am not giving you one of those beds. Librarian because you're an introvert. All right, well, an introvert with a spouse. Could be worse. Antronach. You do not even have a bedroom yet. You want to pray to Disso, and he is quite a bold flatterer. Extremely friendly, but just a little insufferable. Is burdened by this tendency as he dislikes the idea of friendship. Okay. Sure. Not where I was expecting that to go. He rarely looks on others with lust and is pleased by his own appearance and talents. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and he likes to brawl, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He likes a little excitement now and then, and he is he is conflicted by this because he by this conceptually, and he occasionally overindulges. He tends to think before acting, isn't given to flights of fancy, and exhales slowly and deliberately when he starts getting bored. He dreams of making a great discovery and personally views the pursuit of knowledge as deeply important, values self-control and values leisure time, and doesn't care one way or another about decorum. He likes slate, bronze, and citrine, as well as giant kakabo for their longevity, and the sound of the zephyr of glimmers when possible prefers to consume cherry wine. You are a member of the Hot Sparks, obviously, and you were previously a member of the Treaty of Finns. You also left your religion. You're a member of the Craftsdwarfs Guild and the Glassmakers Guild. You have not a lot of clothing on, just shirt and pants. And that's about you. Welcome to the fort. Okay, so, chat room. We've been streaming for 7.5 hours. I think it's time for us to play some Path of Acra, if you'll allow it. I think that we have made some really good progress today on this brand new, kind of chocolate mint looking fort. But I think it's going all right. I think we can get some more bedrooms done. I think we can get some more dwarfs into these bedrooms and some more beds into these bedrooms. And I think that the progress on sealing off the volcano has been good so far as well. And I think this is definitely a fortress that we can spend some time in while we're waiting for patches. What do you think, chat? Round of beers for some Acra? Chat is extraordinarily quiet right now. So, what do you think? YouTube chat. Don't worry, I'm not shutting you down just yet. But, Twitch chat. And say goodnight, VODs. Or goodnight, YouTube, if you want. And if you're sticking around, then you're cool.